Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Please come to order.
All right, everybody quiet down, please. The meeting's beginning. Thank you.
Please come to order. So I now call the order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority of Tuesday, November 18th. Looks like you all got a seat. If anybody comes in and they need a seat, maybe make room for them. But also we have overflow seating in the community room. You'll be able to watch the meeting, and then if you're watching the meeting, you can come circle if you want to make your comment. So with that, let's all stand and let's sing together as a video plays the national anthem, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance together after that.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare those bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors, that star-spangled banner wave, o'er the land of the free and the world of the brave.
Okay, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Good singing. Okay, so now's the time for our moment of solemn expression. And we have Pastor Christine Nolf from Redemption Church to do that. And so she's always good. I don't want to increase the expectations too high, but Pastor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good evening to my neighbors. This week I will be participating in 3 prayer vigils in our community. And I come tonight just really struck by the loss and pain felt in our city. I was at the vigil on Sunday for those who were killed on our streets, pedestrians and biking, and I will be participating in 2 other vigils for those who have been detained and deported from Costa Mesa. And in the scriptures, in the Christian scriptures, a lament is a way to say things are not all right. And I come today just to publicly declare that and carry the pain of our people. And to cry out to those who have power to make decisions and to remind you that the decisions you make impact the most vulnerable in our communities. So I also cry out, not just to you, but to God, who commands us to care for the widow, the orphan, and the foreigners among us. So would you join me? I'm reading from Psalm 22. In a cry of lament that Jesus himself cried. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from saving me, so far from my cries of anguish? My God, I cry out by day, but you do not answer, by night, but I find no rest. I am but a worm and not a person, scorned by everyone, despised by the people. All who see me mock me. They hurl insults, shaking their heads. And yet, you have not despised or scorned the suffering of the afflicted one. God has not hidden his face from him, but has listened to those who cry for help. For you come, From you comes the theme of my praise in the great assembly. Before those who fear you, I will fulfill my vows. The poor will eat and be satisfied. Those who seek the Lord will praise him. May our hearts live forever. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Madam Clerk, would you please do the voice roll call?
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Here.
Councilmember Pettis? Here. Councilmember Marr?
Here.
Councilmember Gameros? Here. Councilmember Bewley? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez is participating remotely. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please make a statement?
Yes, here in compliance with the Brown Act, there are no individuals with me in the room. I'm currently in Emilio Zapata, 45, in Francisco Villa, Corral de Piedra, in the area of Benito Juarez, Jalisco, Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Stevens?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable action was taken in closed session. Council gave direction to staff.
Thank you. So we don't have any presentations, so now we're right up to public comments. Now, with respect to public comments, you can talk about pretty much anything other than Fairview Park. So you have three minutes within which to do it. You'll hear a little beep at 2 minutes, and then please wrap up your comments. And let's see, anything else? That's about it. We'll go first to Chambers, then we'll go to Zoom. Ma'am, you have the floor.
My name is Wendy Samo. I'm here about the gym at 140 17th Street. So they had their third annual event a couple weekends ago because there was no, because of Veterans Day. Thank you, veterans, for serving the United States. So this gym has so much money. They have 2 gyms. They bring people in from out of town to have this annual event, third annual event. They decided to get a permit this year, which the city of Costa Mesa fully allowed, 7 a.m. Could you imagine sleeping in your bed at 7 a.m. and hearing somebody scream on a microphone about anything they want, about hearing them being loud? Anything they want. So the city, thank you very much. My community thanks you for allowing us to be woken up at 7 a.m. by somebody screaming on an intercom outside of the gym. Yep. So we're going to talk about the gym and about how the faulty sound sample that the city had, they still cannot tell us how loud the gym can actually get, what frequencies the gym can actually produce, and how much the walls can actually hold in of the sound that the gym wants to produce to have these workouts every day. You still can't tell the city this. So what you can allow the gym to do is open their door every day at 7 a.m. sharp so that our whole community can hear the workout straight out the full door. It's 60 degrees out. You guys got evidence of them having the door open in the rain. In the rain. Is it so warm outside that they have to keep the door open in the rain? For real? And you care about the citizens, but yet there's no CUP, there's no city ordinance that says that the gym should keep their fire safety door shut, their fire safety door again, with a fan in front of it to properly circulate it. You just let this you allow these people to work out in this gym, in this building that's not designed to be a gym, and what happens if something happens to one of these people? What are you gonna do then? That crazy lady going down there about boom, 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 boom every morning at 5:30. Every morning. This morning. Anyways, so you go by a dispensary and you can't even read that something's on sale. They're so limited. You can't even read it. That's why it's all whited out. Yeah. But yet this gym is allowed to do anything it wants. There's this barbecue place. People have to walk by it, listen to the gym like it's a concert, and your city does nothing. And yet you say, oh, we care about the citizens. And you, mayor, you talk, oh, my measly little pay that I get for mayor. For us peasants, that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money for peasants. And your city still just sits on their hands about this gym. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, I want to thank staff and our mayordom for making sure those 3 dips were filled and taken care of on Harbor Boulevard. It's much safer now. I have stopped avoiding the left lane, and I drive in the left lane now. So thank you, staff, for making sure that happened. Secondarily, my next question, It's a question about procedure, not about Fairview Park, but it has to do with the next item. So it has to do with why some people are given 10 minutes and with no standing and other people are, which have standing, but I don't understand it. I don't understand why the Fairview
Excuse
Park.
me, are you talking about this
This-
Fairview
this
Park
coming
thing?
meeting.
Yeah, why don't you make that part of your Fairview Park thing?
So, okay,
Do you have any other comments?
but it makes no sense.
You have any other comments?
Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Good evening. My name is Jeff West. My wife Susie have lived on the west side of Costa Mesa for 52 years. I seldom speak here, but I've written a blog for about 20 years. And even though I haven't been doing anything for a couple of years, people still read it. It seems appropriate the first week before Thanksgiving to come here and thank you for stuff. So I want to tell you what I'm thankful for and express my gratitude. First, I want to thank all of you, everybody on the council, including Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, for recognizing the veterans among us. That was very important to me. I received a certificate of recognition last week. I'm very grateful for that. I'm a Vietnam-era veteran. I didn't serve in Vietnam, but many of my friends did. Several of them died. I'm grateful for the recognition. And Councilmember Pettis, thank you for what you do in your day job, for helping my veterans. Thank you for that. The second reason I'm here is to express my gratitude to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmembers Reynolds and Mar, for being the core of a city council that got us out of a very deep spot. The last time we had a Republican-dominated council here, they did some really bad stuff. There's not enough time to tell you about all of them, but for example, they decided to stifle public participation here by bifurcating public comments. That was really bad. They tried to lay off illegally 200 non-public safety staff members, and one of those staff members, Wei Pham, jumped to his death off the City Hall roof about 50 feet over here. They disbanded the Able Helicopter Program, which was a model for all municipal helicopter programs around the country, and it was a force multiplier for Costa Mesa and Newport Beach. And at one point, they tried to plow under Fairview Park and turn the vernal pools into playing fields. That was a bad thing. They did much more. Thank you. One more minute. I don't have a whole lot of time left. I just wanted to thank you for everything that you do for us, all of you. Being the tip of the spear on the homelessness, several years getting a balanced budget without having the wheels come off, and more important, for making us a safe place for people whose English is not their primary language to come here and speak safely. Thank you for that. You've made this a better city, and I want to thank you for that, for your leadership, your wisdom, and your personal sacrifice to your service. Keep up the great work your final year of this city council term. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Yes, you have the floor.
Scott Nestel. I was here last month regarding those short driveways on Manistee Drive. I'm sure you recall. I've been told a couple times not to pay the ticket and to pay the ticket, so I just need a definitive answer. What are we supposed to do with these tickets? Are we supposed to pay them or we aren't supposed to pay them? I mean, because the law has been grandfathered in about parking on our driveways, allegedly blocking the sidewalk. So I'm just looking for some sort of answer.
Well, we're not going to answer it, but there's constituent services that is watching us right now, and if you stick around, they'll answer that.
Yeah, I've got his card.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I sent in some slides.
Okay.
Brooke? Good evening, council members. My name is Brooke, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident and District 1 constituent. First, I want to thank you all for approving the initial funds to support our at-risk community. Those funds for legal defense, rental relief, and mutual aid are very vital resources. But now we need to ensure that all of those funds are reaching the people they are intended to help. Are these funds being used? And do we know how many families have been able to access them? This is urgent. Gabriel Garcia Aviles, a community member, a Costa Mesa grandfather, was snatched off the street in our city and died in ICE custody on October 23rd. His family never got to say goodbye. With this in mind, I urge the council to increase visibility of these resources and to utilize the large signage displays at the fairgrounds, city-owned land across the streets, and at bus stops, which already house large posters protected under plastic. The city of Santa Ana is doing these measures, and we can too. Also, at entrances of all public buildings and commons, and this information should be clearly visible. Public displays help community members feel safer, more welcome, and more empowered to report crimes and access available resources. I also visited the Costa Mesa City website, looking for information and resources related to these issues, and it was very difficult to find. And in this time of crisis, this information should be prominently displayed and in multiple languages. Recently, a Costa Mesa neighbor and her little daughter, Spanish speakers, were harassed at a Costa Mesa park. The little girl wore a Mexico team jersey, and a group of adults harassed her and tried to make her remove the jersey. My friend went to the police station, distraught and afraid. Unfortunately, the police would not take her report. They told her it wasn't a crime and she was not from here. If Know Your Rights materials had been posted visibly at the police station, perhaps it would have served as a reminder to both the public and the officers that dignity and protection apply to all. Lastly, I want to highlight the importance of Know Your Rights info packets for businesses. These are already available from the city, but they are not being promoted, and businesses are not aware of them. Community volunteers, myself included, are canvassing businesses. 100% of the dozens of businesses I have personally canvassed are receptive, and they are happy to receive these packets. The council should know our local businesses are ready to stand with our community. So let's make sure that these resources are out there, accessible and visible to those that need them. Thank you again for your commitment to Costa Mesa residents and families, and we ask that you keep pushing forward with transparency, visibility, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of District 4, community organizer and employment civil rights lawyer. First, I would like to express my thanks to the council members who voted for the Immigration Legal Defense Fund, rental relief, and mutual aid funds. These resources are very much needed as ICE increases its unconstitutional practices following their extreme budget increase, and innocent people are suffering from inhumane conditions at detention centers and dying in DHS custody due to neglect, abuse, and other unexplained and highly suspicious circumstances, like Costa Mesa resident Gabriel Garcia Aviles. As such, I strongly support Brooks' proposals that Costa Mesa publicly post the resources regarding Know Your Rights, Legal Defense Fund, and mutual aid at all city buildings, and sponsor posters like the City of Santa Ana. Furthermore, in light of the passing of the California No Vigilantes Act and No Secret Police Act, which become effective on January 1st, I suggest that the city also post flyers in these public spaces stating that federal agents are banned from wearing masks during enforcement activity and must display their identification, name, and badge number. This informs the community about their rights to ask officers to unmask and show their identification if they are being arrested or witness other community members being arrested. I would also like to suggest another method of publicizing Know Your Rights information on areas of the city's websites that provide important informational resources to help Costa Mesa businesses with compliance matters. As you may know, on October 12th, Governor Newsom signed the Workplace Know Your Rights Act, which, among other things, requires California employers to give written notice to all employees of their constitutional rights when interacting with law enforcement and an explanation of an employee's protections against unfair immigration-related practices. The California Labor Commissioner will post a template notice on its website by January 1st, and California employers are required to comply by February 1st. The law imposes a steep penalty of between $500 and to $10,000 per employee for an employer's noncompliance. I see that under the city's resources page of the city website, you have the Costa Mesa Business Assistance Guide, and in Chapter 5, there's a list of agencies for businesses to reference along with the explanation of that agency. The EDD is listed as a resource for various employment services. However, I encourage the city to add the California Labor Commissioner to this list so that Costa Mesa businesses are aware that the Labor Commissioner provides a host of information regarding critical legal requirements for employers, such as workplace notices and postings. And while you're at it, I suggest you also add the California Civil Rights Department on the list as well to inform Costa Mesa businesses of the multitude of civil rights laws that they must comply with in the employment context. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roberto, and I'm with Resilience Orange County. I want to speak in support of Brooke's organizing efforts around, just bringing these conversations back up to light. I know that the council has been very supportive in passing some of the measures that it has. But I know that, for instance, a lot of the members that I work with and continue to support, thanking Councilmember Arliss Reynolds and for the food distribution efforts, those are still ongoing efforts, so those haven't still gone away. And I want to thank, city leadership, volunteers that are helping to coordinate those efforts. So please understand that these are still issues that are impacting Costa Mesa constituents. I also want to bring awareness around the Enough for All Fund. It is my understanding that we've already exhausted the $50,000 that the city allocated towards them. The city of Santana reinvested $100,000 back into a similar fund. So I'm asking of this council to replenish those funds for direct financial assistance. I also want to talk a little bit about, if you all remember, we were advocating for a crosswalk on Center Street and Placentia. I would like to see if City Council has an update regarding that crosswalk. I know that it was something that was advocated last year during the budget, and so I just would like an update on that. I would also like to let the City Council know that as it relates to the budget for next year, I know that as city departments, you all are already looking into different budget items per department. As you start to engage the public, I hope you start to engage the public in educating the public around the budget passing process. You also start to incorporate Spanish outreach. Possibly virtual outreach in Spanish, just as community members are fearful of ICE presence in the community. Being able to receive feedback from the public, particularly monolingual Spanish speakers, constituents, I think would be urgent for the city to hear. But that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Christian Lopez. I work at Resilience OC. I just want to speak in support of the other community members that have spoken previously. I want to uplift what Brooke has been pushing for better promotion of the Know Your Rights that the city has already shared on their website. I think that's a great idea. Also thank the council for passing the legal defense fund that was passed earlier in September. That has been a good thing for the community. One of the things that also was passed at the meeting in September was a discussion on a rental registry and eviction tracking. So if there's just any updates on where the city is on that, that would be a great thing, just because renter problems are still a thing. The city is over 60% renter population, and any improvements to the tenant protection ordinance that currently exists would be a great improvement to many residents here in the city of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo, soy promotora de salud del condado de Orange. Dios les bendiga, antes que nada. Mandé unas fotos con IBIS, quisiera que las mostrara. Esto sucedió en mi comunidad el viernes pasado, como a las 4 de la tarde. Sé que hubo un reporte, pero lo que queremos nosotros es encontrar la manera de darle solución a este problema que no es la primera vez que pasa. Es muy triste que cuando los dueños de los carros salen, ya el carro está ahí chocado. Entonces lo que queremos es encontrar con ustedes una solución para poder evitar que siga pasando esto. No es la primera vez que pasa. Esto pasó en la tarde, pero hay veces que ocurre en la noche y a veces los que chocan pues sabemos que dejan ahí hasta la placa tirada y por eso han dado con ellos. Entonces lo que queremos es preguntarles a ustedes cómo podemos encontrar la manera de no sé si sea poner unos topes o si poner de rojo allí en ciertas áreas. Sabemos que estamos batallando con lo del parking, pero creemos que no podemos seguir pasando por alto lo que está sucediendo.
Hi, good evening. My name is Juana Trejo. I am a promotora in the Orange County, and I just first of all want to say God bless you all. I did bring up some pictures with Iris, so I'd like for them to be shown. This happened last Friday in our community around 4 p.m. I know that there was a report made, but what we want to do is be able to find a solution. This is not the first time that this happens, and it's really sad that, once the owners come out, their vehicles have already been crashed into. So just here to see if we can find a solution with you all to avoid this continuing happening. Like I said, it's not the first time, and this time it did happen in the afternoon, but sometimes it happens at night. And the drivers that crash into him, they just leave everything there, including the plates, and that's how we end up being able to find out who they were. So I just want to see if there's a way, if we can find a way for this to stop happening. Maybe if we can put some bumps on the road, maybe more red areas. I know we already have bad parking, but I don't think that we can continue just kind of letting this slide. Thank you.
También quiero agradecerles por el apoyo que están brindando Arlis, la gestora de la ciudad, la oficial de policía, otras organizaciones que están involucradas, también como la Iglesia de Redención. No estoy muy segura, pero sé que han estado ayudando a más de 60 familias con apoyo económico. Sé que Arlis está bien apasionada con lo que hace y nosotros bien agradecidos porque les están llevando a las familias comida hasta sus hogares. Y la gente está bien agradecida porque no pensaron que había personas que se preocuparan por la situación, por la crisis que estamos viviendo. Y solamente quiero decirles que muchas gracias y que Dios los bendiga, porque sabemos que aunque haya personas que están en contra de lo que ustedes hacen, hay muchas personas que están elevando una oración por ustedes. Y que mi Padre Dios les siga dando sabiduría de lo alto y esa pasión de servicio que tienen a la comunidad que representan. Gracias.
Thank you.
I also just want to thank you all for your support, Arliss, the city, the police, and the other organizations that have been involved, like Redemption Church. I'm not really sure, but I think they've been able to help over 60 families economically. Arliss, I know she's really passionate about the work that she does, and we're very grateful. I'm very grateful that we've been able to give food to her families, and people have been really grateful because they didn't think that there were people that cared about them, about what they're going through. So I just really wanted to thank you all, say God bless you. And, we know that there's people that are against what you do, but there's also a lot of people that are praying for you all. So I pray to God that He continues to bring you some wisdom from up above, and that you can continue doing what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, closed public comment. So now's the time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 6 is Jeff Pettis. Oh, do you have a mic? Hold on one second. I got to go to discussion mode. Now you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. You know, I'm just going to take a quick minute to steal a page out of Jeff West's book. I appreciate the comments and thank you for the nice words. This is the Thanksgiving season. Next week is Thanksgiving. And I just want to talk about how grateful I am to be able to serve the community up here from the dais on City Council. I get told all the time that, hey, thanks for what you do, and I appreciate it. And really, the thanks is mine. I feel humbled and blessed to be able to be up here on behalf of the community. And it's really something that's important to me in my life. It actually helps me more than it helps other people to be of service. And I drive around the city and it's interesting how I look around and I see things in a different way now. I notice things I didn't notice before, and I care about things at a level that I would have ignored before doing this. So thank you to the community and thank you to everybody that's watching. And I get an opportunity to teach and show my 11-year-old daughter what it means to be of service. I mean, she's at the point now and she say, that's Arliss Reynolds, or that's Andrea Marr, or that's Mayor Stevens. She really does. Or even that's Jeff Harlan from before. She recognizes everybody and she gets to watch her dad do this thing. So thank you to the community, and I appreciate all of you very much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Now from District 1, Councilmember Mike Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public, and I'll be brief tonight. It looks like we've got a lot of people who are going to take a little time talking. So first, a great night for the high school students who are out here to watch civic engagement at its very best. And I'm going to embarrass and give a shout out to Felix Tequila out there. Say hello to your dad for me. And one thing I did want to ask for council, for staff and city manager, a shout out to Shirley McDaniels, a constituent. She sent an email out that got on my radar, and she highlighted the fact that the Jamboree Housing Company, that they're engaged with us in developing the elder care facility on here on the east side. And apparently they ran into a little issue over in Huntington Beach where they had completed one of their developments, and they're in the process of obtaining their $3 million bond, and they ran into some financial issues, and they now brought it before council over there to see if they can convert that to just a direct financing issue. So I just ask staff to kind of give us an update on how Jamboree is doing in their process of obtaining their financing to move our project forward, and if we can keep eyes on that issue. And I'd also be concerned, you know, in a default situation, now that we've become contractually engaged with them, just maybe give me a report. I don't know if we need to agendize that, but at least initially make sure we got eyes on that since we're at the start phase. So with that, that's all I've got for tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 2 is Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will be brief this evening due to the large group of people here that I know would love to be heard. So I just want to remind everyone that we're coming up on a time to give thanks and remind them that we do have some organizations in our city that do provide services for those who are in need. And just one in particular I'm going to highlight again just because of the time of the year that it is, and that's Someone Cares Soup Kitchen. You know, if you have the ability to volunteer, they can always use the help. Their doors are always open, and there's definitely many families in need. One thing I'll say about the soup kitchen and Adam Arith, who runs the soup kitchen, he helps everybody. The soup kitchen is there. They don't pick winners and losers. They're always there to give out food, and nobody goes hungry. So if you want to have something to do during this holiday season coming up, the soup kitchen would be a great way to give back to your community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 3 is Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, following that, and appreciate the comments in particular about the immigration funds. We did receive a note from the Enough for All Fund saying that they've supported 65 families with $116,000 to date. So that's pretty remarkable. And I think it goes to show what the overall need in the community is. I would like an update on the rest of our immigration funds, in particular the funds that we have sent to the soup kitchen, to confirm that they have been going to support families. I'd also like an update on our ethics policy. It's something Councilmember Reynolds and I have been talking about for a little while, and I'd like to make sure we actually move that forward. I'd appreciate an update on the rental registry. Thank you to those who flagged that today. And then I agree with Councilmember Bewley. It'd be helpful to understand where we're at with Jamboree housing. I had the opportunity to attend our Safe Routes to School and Fairview Road Improvement Project community meeting a week and a half ago. We've got a really exciting project happening on Fairview Road between Fair and Adams. This will be a really key connecting portion for all the families who live in College Park who want their kids to be able to ride bikes safely to College Park Middle and High School, Costa Mesa Middle and High School in Davis. It's a connector also from the Arlington bike path, and it's going to have all kinds of fun features that we haven't done elsewhere in the city. So first of its kind, truly separated bike lanes with concrete barriers, as well as full bus turn-in lanes. So very cool project, very excited about Public Works and what we've been doing. And it was great to have folks come out and provide their input on what only you can know if you cross that intersection a lot, right? Or if you happen to have to turn into Costa Mesa High School a lot and you know something about that specific intersection. So it was really great to get input. We're still receiving input from the public. And so if that's a road that you travel every day like I do, would love to hear how you think it can be improved. And then last but not least, just kind of a point of personal privilege, I want to say congratulations to Neat Coffee. They're celebrating their 10-year anniversary, and I know they're an institution for a lot of us in this room. Thank you.
Okay, next up from District 5 is Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I know many of you are here for one reason, but I'm going to take the chance to highlight some other things going on in the city that you may be interested in. Very quickly, though, I do also interested in an update on our establishing an ethics and code of conduct policy. We brought that back up in May. I had asked for an update on that a couple months ago. And haven't received it yet. So it's something I would have liked to get done this year. I hope we can get that higher up on our priorities. You've heard a number of comments related to city and community support for some of our most vulnerable community members right now. Unfortunately, with what's going on, largely driven by our federal government, the group of vulnerable community members is growing. Whether you're afraid to leave your home or not receiving benefits that you've relied on for a long time. There is also, as Costa Mesa does, there is a growing group of community organizations and volunteers that are stepping up to the plate to provide support for our neighbors. So won't try to name them all. I probably couldn't name them all, but if you're listening, huge thanks to everyone who's supporting, whether it's financially or with volunteer hours, making connections, soliciting donations. Huge thanks to Redemption Church, who, yes, received some funds from the city, but raised more funds than they received from external organizations to help keep families housed. If you're interested in getting involved in some of that work, probably anyone who spoke today, you could reach out to them. Feel free to reach out to me. It's a constant evolution of ideas and activities to help support families in need. One immediate way you can help is through the supply drives that IKEA hosts for us. So any day of the week during store hours, you can drop off supplies at IKEA. Now through December 6th, when this coalition of volunteers is assembling boxes to get out to community members. So please do stop by IKEA, drop off some donations. I agree with all the comments about making the resources that we are making available more visible, more accessible. I've seen other cities promote a lot of especially food supply resources through their website, social media channels, and physical signage. So I support all of the recommendations, anything we can do to support that. I am concerned about the story we heard about some community members not having a great interaction with our police. I know our police chief's in the back there and heard that, and I'm sure she'll follow up. Okay, so a couple updates. I just want to give a shout out to our planning director, Carrie Tai, for joining me at the ULI Housing Forum. I spoke on behalf of the city about the opportunity and challenges related to housing, and in just sort of reviewing the work that we're doing as a city. I just want to acknowledge how proud I am from the position that we've taken, of the position we've taken as a city, and the really great work that we're doing. So thanks to all who are part of that. On Saturday, Pastor Nolf mentioned this earlier, many community members participated in an event and bike ride as part of World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims. Those of you who follow city business know that I'm very passionate about making our streets safer for walking and biking, and usually it's a really fun thing to do. While I enjoyed this event, it was very sobering to look with our police chief at data of the pedestrian and cyclist fatalities in our city. And it sort of re-motivated me around the urgency of that work. I also learned how maybe we've got some glitches in our data system that I want to work on, and it reminded me of our municipal code that does require bringing collision data to council on a regular basis. So I'm going to be working on with staff on getting some regular reporting to council on the fatalities that are happening in our city. I think there's a good story in our city in terms of how we are pairing our street infrastructure work based on that data to make our streets safer for everybody. An opportunity for all of you to participate in that work. We do have a major project happening in the city as part of our Safe Routes to School grant. There is an online survey right now that all of you can participate in to give feedback on where in the city our streets feel unsafe or uncomfortable to walk or bike, or get on a bus, or even drive to school. I know our city is promoting that survey, that online survey, and I encourage you all to pop in there, look at your neighborhood, look at the places you regularly frequent in the city, and start making comments about, you know, cars go too fast here, this is a difficult corner in terms of visibility, and so on. The more feedback we get, the better we can prioritize our actions to make those routes safer for everybody. Quick update on Center Street. Yes, that project was budgeted. I believe it's going out for public outreach early next year, so January or February. Finally, one of the things that came up in the Safe Routes to School conversations was how much sidewalk infrastructure we need to improve or install. And it reminded me of a conversation we've had merging sidewalks and art. We had some conversations about sidewalk poetry, and I want to nudge our Arts Commission to take that up and consider having a discussion and making some recommendations on a program like that. Thank you.
Thank you. So from District 4, our Mayor Pro Tem, who is remote from Mexico, Manuel, Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Sorry I can't see you in person, but happy you're all attending the meeting, and I appreciate everyone's patience with me as we navigate me being remote. Really 3 quick comments and then 1 suggestion. First of all, I had the pleasure last week of going to East Huntsville High School and touring the ROP construction program as they started to build out Snoopy House decorations. It was my joy to explain to the students how the work they're doing in their classroom is really going to be a community impact, and how much of rewarding it will be for them to see others enjoy their efforts in their classroom. And I think it highlights how great our school district is doing in giving kids different options in life, not just focusing on college, but also giving them tangible steps and tangible programs to really promote themselves in their career facets. And I can't wait for everyone to see all the decoration from a high school on September 12th at Snoopy House. Second, I want to thank Flo Martin and Michael Noe for sending me very nice, thoughtful emails about my comments last week about 19th Street's narrowing 2-lane to 1-lane for the bike path accommodation. I thought they were very thoughtful comments about how the bike paths make them feel safer and how they feel a lot more secure having that there. And one thing I will add, though, is I always like to be selfish and ask for both things I can get. I don't like to have this or that. And if there's any ways for us to go back to 2 lanes while keeping the bike lane, I really want to explore the option because one of the common complaints I get from residents in my district is the narrowing. And I don't want to lose safety on bikes to accommodate better efficiency. But I do want to point out that there's something I constantly hear all the time, and I do want to have that to be addressed. Finally, I do want to second the speaker that spoke about the Center Street and Placentia Street crosswalk that has been in the books. I know it's been worked on before. So if staff can give an update on when we can expect that, I would really appreciate it. And then just finally, a general comment. Someone mentioned in the dais that they wanted to audit Someone Cares for Kitchen for the money that we gave them, I think, a couple meetings ago. I just want to say, if we're going to do that, let's also audit the All for One Fund, just to make sure we're being fair and equitable to everyone. But that's it for now. Thanks, everyone, for your time, and I look forward to hearing guys' comments shortly.
Thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem, we can hear you very clearly, so don't hesitate. And if you want to speak, just say mayor or something like that, and we'll give you the floor. Just a few things from my part. So thank you to everybody who came out to the Mayor's Happy Hour at Muldoon's yesterday. It was a lot of fun, a lot of opportunity to mix with Newport Beach, the community and the council. We had about half and half Costa Mesa and half Newport Beach. And for all the details, you'll have to follow me on social media. I just want to say that I really appreciated the comments, all the public comments, but especially from Brooke. And I would like to see the staff follow up on that. There's many ways that we can promote the right, know your rights, and we can, piggyback, I think, on some of the good efforts that were pointed out that are being done by Santa Ana. And then we have, and if anybody on staff, if this is not happening, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it's happening. We have something happening in the, was planned to happen in the parking lot on Sunday, November 23rd for the Basket Brigade. We got it moved here from Irvine to Costa Mesa to the City Hall parking lot. I believe it starts around 9:30 or 10, and it's to provide Thanksgiving baskets to people primarily in Costa Mesa. It's an Orange County thing, but I was told when we relocated it to City Hall that the majority of people who obtain those baskets are Costa Mesa residents. So if anybody is interested in that, it's called the Basket Brigade, or send me an email or a text and I'll get you more information. And again, just thank you, Jeff West. Thank you for your comments. I feel the same way. Councilmember Pettis, really appreciate being up here. I'm very thankful for all of you, and have a great Thanksgiving. And I don't know whether you'll be here at the end of the meeting, but I'll say it again then. Have a great Thanksgiving. Okay, with all that, let's hear from our city manager's report. Ms. Gallardo-Daly, you have the floor.
Thank you. As you all know, we had a big rainstorm this past weekend that brought potential flooding concerns to homes and businesses, and there's more rain in the forecast later this week. So to assist with some of that, the city's maintenance service crews have sandbags available for free to Costa Mesa residents in the southeast corner of the City Hall parking lot here at 77 Fair Drive. The location is self-serve, and bringing your own shovel is suggested as supplies could be limited. The number of sandbags is limited to 15 sandbags per household, and we ask no commercial use, please. In addition to sandbags, city crews will patrol potential flooding spots to make sure catch basins are clear of debris and operational. And crews are also ready to respond to any weather-related incidents. Please report flooding issues to our non-emergency line at 714-754-5252 or on our Costa Mesa 311 mobile app. I wanted to make everyone aware that November 16th through November 22nd is Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, where people come together across the country to draw attention to the problems of hunger and homelessness. Here in Costa Mesa, our Network for Homeless Solutions outreach teams assist those who are homeless or on the verge of homelessness every day. As of October, we have housed more than 460 people. With the rains this past weekend, the Lighthouse Church worked with our team and opened its inclement weather shelter and housed 40 people, which is the max that it can take in. When it comes to food insecurity, the Costa Mesa Senior Center has a senior grocery program where seniors can get assistance with food. The senior grocery program runs the second and fourth Friday of the month, and food is distributed from 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on those days. For a list of more organizations who assist with food insecurity and their hours of operation, please visit the city's community resources page on the city's website. There is a food assistance resources tab that identifies the locations, and some of those locations are listed here on the screen: Christ Lutheran Church and School, Orange Coast College, Pirates Cove, Ray Elementary School, Share Ourselves, Vanguard University, and Whittier Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, yeah, you can clap. City man, all right. A smattering of applause for the city manager. Okay, so, city attorney, let's see if you can do better than that. It was a good report. It was a good report. I'm just stuck in the mayor's happy hour where getting applause was so important. Go ahead.
All right, so I have a couple of things I wanted to quickly address. There are referrals being made and available for both of the groups that were designated by the council. With those defense funds, we do not have any reports as yet as to who may have been assisted, as it's very early in the actual contracting process. On the Jamboree matter, I did speak with the attorney for Jamboree last week, and they are going to be providing us with a current pro forma so we can take a look to see if they have any additional financial needs related to that project or any other requests. And on a personal note, with Thanksgiving coming, I'd like to thank my Native American partner and be glad that he deigns to share the Thanksgiving table with me and my family and his. So happy Thanksgiving, everyone, and that's all I have.
All right, wonderful. All right, great. So let's see if you clap for the consent calendar. Consent calendar is next.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to pull item 6, please.
Pull item what?
6.
6. Okay. So item number 6 will be pulled at the request of Councilmember Mar, and all items on the consent calendar are to consider to be routine. And we just saw one pulled. Is there anything else that's going to be pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So I will note a recusal for Councilmember Gameros from consent calendar item number 3 because his wife works for Priceless Pets Rescue, which is part of the warrants. So can I get a motion on the balance other than 6?
Move the balance.
Okay, oh, that's right. Move the balance. Second. So Councilmember Reynolds moving, Councilmember Marsh seconding, voice vote.
They're not showing up.
Call for the question by voice vote.
Here, just one moment, please. Sorry. They're not showing up on the screen. Okay, I'll just do Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so Councilmember Marr pulled consent calendar item number 6. So Councilmember, you have the floor.
Yeah, apologies to our new fire marshal because I feel like I'm making his life harder than it needs to be. The section that we had spent some time talking about with regards to where the electrical disconnect should be was 1207.4.1 electrical disconnects. And I think we made the update to 1207.11.5.1, but didn't also make it in the section that had previously been redlined. So I'm not sure that if that was an error or a miscommunication or.
So the fire marshal's going to come down and answer that question. And then I've got, by the way, while he's coming up, Ms. Barlow, listen to this, and I want to determine whether if we do need to make a change, if we can do it now.
Understood,
and
sir.
not have to bring it back.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat exactly which?
Oh, you didn't catch the code reference as I was mumbling it? Yeah.
07.4.
Yeah, there was so the original staff report had a redlined ordinance, and the part that you had redlined was 1207.4.1. And I think that still says 36 inches from the main electrical disconnect. What you had changed was the R3 and R4 version of that.
The R3 and R4 version was the one that you had brought up originally at last meeting. Were you intending for us to change
Well,
the commercial one that was previously adopted?
The code that you gave us that was redlined was 1207.4.1. That was the part that was literally in red letters with lines through it. So I thought that was the part we were talking about.
Mr. Mayor, I think I can address this. I think it was pretty clear from the motion that it was electrical disconnects. And so I think the motion would have encompassed both sections. Sorry that I missed that when I took a look at this.
Okay.
I would say that that was already done in the first reading, and we will make that correction as a typographical correction, and you can adopt the ordinance this evening with that in mind.
So moved.
Second. Okay. Let's call for the question by voice vote. Oh, members of the public wish to speak about this? Anybody?
Anybody want to talk
Anybody
about
on Zoom?
electrical disconnects? Come on.
Anybody on Zoom?
Yeah.
Close public comment. Call for the question, please.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Pettis? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, excellent. So anyway, we have our just one item, new business item today. We kind of worked it out, so we cleared everything out so we can have plenty of time on this item. I know it's a matter of great public interest. So you guys everybody's doing great. Remember that there are going to be people that say things that you disagree with. Please be respectful. There's going to be people that say things you agree with. Please let them speak. You can clap if you wish in a limited way after somebody speaks, but please do not interrupt each other for any reason, either because you agree or disagree. In terms of the presentation, we're going to have a presentation by staff, which is going to include our consultant. Then there were, believe it or not, 7 long-form presentations that we were considering doing. I have limited it to 2. So there'll be a long-form presentation by HHS and a long-form presentation by the Fairview Park Steering Committee. The quid pro quo of having the long-form presentations is, I thought that would benefit the council because some things are difficult to bring in 3 minutes in a way that is comprehensible. So I wanted to do that, not 7. I think that was excessive. The quid pro quo is, if you agree with things that are said in the long-form presentation, you don't need to repeat them. You can simply say you agree with them, and it's the same thing. So what we're trying to do is make sure we get everybody's comments, but we get them in an orderly fashion with not a tremendous amount of redundancy. Everybody will get 3 minutes to speak at first. If we find that it's becoming less helpful as a council, and we want to truncate that down to 2, I'll entertain that motion, and perhaps I'll even make that motion. But I'm not going to make that call yet. There's not only people here, but there's over 20 people in the community room that may want to speak. Then there's numerous people on Zoom. So please be respectful of time. Time is a factor here. Time is something I may talk about and come back to. It's very important that the council gets an opportunity at a reasonable hour to deliberate on this. Just keep all that in mind, and let's do our best and be respectful and be mindful of time, and we'll get through this together at a reasonable hour. Okay, with that, the staff has the floor.
Draft Fairview Park Master Plan Update, discussion and approval of recommendations. Presentation by Mr. Gruner, Parks and Community Services Director, and Mr. Dalton, Fairview Park Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council members, members of the community. The Parks and Community Services Department is pleased to present to you the draft Fairview Park Master Plan Update. We're asking council to review, discuss the master plan draft update, and provide direction. Tonight, I'm accompanied by the city's Fairview Park Administrator, Mr. Kelly Dalton, to my left, and MIG Project Manager Jenny Sell to my right, and Land IQ Biologist Travis Brooks at the far end here. We started our presentation with a presentation outline, and we're going to be covering the project background, Fairview Park, site overview, existing conditions, the master plan update process, community feedback, key findings, recommendations, committee, commission, and council input, and then followed by the next steps. So just a brief project background. In 1986, the city purchased Fairview Park from the County of Orange, and then that was followed up about 10 years later with the adoption of the first Fairview Park Master Plan. In 2008, the master plan was revised and is currently the existing master plan in place. In 2016, the ballot measure AA passed and codified the Fairview Park Master Plan. And then in 2017, the Fairview Park Steering Committee was created to help, basically implement Measure AA in regards to what it entails, the regulatory agency requirements that need to be met for the sensitive habitat, and be familiar with the park's evolving ecological aspects and restoration projects as outlined in the 2008 master plan. And we're going to get into that a little bit further towards the end of the presentation. In 2019, the City Council allocated funding in CIP budget for the master plan update. Then, unfortunately, COVID hit in 2020, and that kind of affected it, and it didn't actually get awarded for contract until 2023 to MIG for the master plan update process to get started. So the project purpose and objectives: restore and preserve the park as an environmental resource, manage the park as a passive recreational asset and educational resource, recognize completed improvements, identify ongoing needs, engage the local community in planning the park's future, update existing condition reports, integrate regulatory updates, and prepare environmental documentation. Utilize current technology and tools to support informed, sustainable park planning and management. In addition, the objective of the master plan is to reflect and abide to the passing of Measure AA, which the Measure AA was the vote of the community to maintain the unique natural heritage of the park. At this point in time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Travis Brooks.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to be presenting some just technical review data, and this is from Land IQ, MIG biologist Rob Hamilton Biological, who actually helped prepare the original 1998 master plan, and Cogstone, who prepared the cultural resource information. So Fairview Park is a vital link in a coastal ecological corridor, connecting publicly owned and protected natural lands such as Talbot Nature Preserve, Randall Preserve, and the Huntington Beach wetlands. These natural landscapes represent some of the last relics, last remaining Southern California pre-colonial coastal landscape, offering invaluable opportunities to engage with our natural heritage. Furthermore, they provide recreational spaces that promote human health and well-being by fostering experiences in the great outdoors. Fairview Park is a 208-acre gem within the city. It boasts the highest trail density in the region. The park offers several miles of approved trails that wind through unique ecological and cultural areas. The master plan update aims to clarify the official trail system while addressing the issue of unmanaged user-created trails that fragment sensitive habitats and threaten buried cultural resources with erosion. Throughout its history, Fairview Park has experienced numerous transformations and human disturbances. Despite these challenges, the park's resilience is a testament to the steadfast dedication of the community, which has worked to preserve its unique ecological character. The park features a diverse array of plant communities, including coastal bluff scrub, coastal sage scrub, native flower fields, wetlands, riparian forests, and vernal pools. These unique habitats provide shelter and food for special status wildlife species that are under regulatory protection due to their rarity and reliance on habitat found within the park. The park also holds immense cultural significance, as evidenced by the presence of 2 archaeological sites documenting an indigenous village use site that spans to at least 1500 BC. Fairview Park lies within the shared ancestral lands of the Gabrielino Tongva and Juaneño Achamin nations, with its cultural landscape connecting several pre-colonial villages along the Santa Ana River and the coast. Fairview Park is a regionally significant biodiversity hotspot, supporting 197 plant species, including 10 rare, 18 vegetation alliances, and critical habitat for protected wildlife such as Least-Bell's vireo, coastal California gnatcatcher, and burrowing owl, and Crotch's bumblebee. The park supports over 220 bird species and 20 butterfly species, and that just underscores its importance as a vital wildlife area. The vernal pool complex at Fairview Park holds significant importance as it's one of the last remaining in Orange County, and it's one of the largest west of the Mississippi. This unique habitat is home to 2 federally protected endangered species, the Riverside and San Diego fairy shrimp, and 8 rare vernal pool plants. They're an integral part of the local ecosystem. The present highlights the need for continued conservation efforts to ensure the survival of these species, the preservation of the vernal pool watershed, and restoration of the surrounding areas. Measure AA ensures that major changes to the park's facilities and infrastructure receive community oversight. As mentioned, passed in 2016 and codified into the municipal code. There are implications for the development and management of Fairview Park. The measure stipulates that significant changes in new construction within the park must undergo voter approval with exceptions for restoration, preservation, maintenance activities, and public safety improvements. On a state and federal level, Fairview Park's biological, cultural, and environmental resources are protected under a comprehensive regulatory and legal framework at the federal, state, and local levels, including state and federal Endangered Species Acts, National Historic Preservation Act, National and California Registers of Historic Places, the California Fish and Game Code, California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and tribal cultural resource provisions. These regulations prohibit unauthorized take of endangered wildlife resources to require that projects and activities consider, avoid, or mitigate impacts to significant ecological, historical, and cultural resources. As stewards of Fairview Park, the city has a responsibility to protect its unique and rare resources, which make it a cherished natural recreation area. Regulatory constraints ensure that permitted recreational activities align with resource protection and maintain the park's integrity. And I'll pass it over to Jenny Zell.
Thank you. Fairview Park offers a mix of natural open spaces, recreational amenities, and unique attractions for passive recreation and community use. An extensive network of walking trails and biking trails connects visitors to nearby and regional recreational areas and opens it up to some diverse landscapes. Supporting infrastructure like pedestrian bridges, benches, picnic tables, restrooms, and signage also provide accessibility and comfort for visitors here. 2 unique facilities are also operated in partnerships with nonprofit organizations, including a narrow gauge miniature railroad for education and recreational experiences, and a model glider flying club for hobbyists. Approximately 13 acres of lawn area provide traditional park amenities within the predominantly natural setting, and this provides a balance between nature and recreation for visitors of all ages. Additionally, there are other volunteer groups who donate their time and energy and resources for educational purposes, restoration of the park, and other activities at Fairview Park. And as Brian outlined previously, the purpose of the master plan update is to balance human uses with restoration and preservation of these unique ecological resources described and overviewed by Travis. To achieve these goals and objectives, the master plan update process involved conducting a historical documentation review, field investigations and site assessments, legal and regulatory analysis, community outreach and tribal engagement, technical report preparation, development of findings and recommendations, and the draft master plan update preparation. The community was engaged across this process in many different points of interaction, including community workshops and informational meetings through the Fairview Park Steering Committee meetings and Parks and Community Services Commissions meetings, Tribal Advisory Group meetings, City Council meetings and briefings, additionally, in informal outreach through the website, the city's website, pop-up events, and other special events and booths. And through that engagement, we consolidated that into several themes, community feedback themes, which you can see here. But these key findings from these community feedback include, one, support for educating the public to protect sensitive biological and cultural resources. Two, strong support for consolidating and maintaining well-defined trails. And three, support for science-based protection of the unique habitats within the park, especially the vernal pool complexes, and support for protection of cultural resources. And number four, we received feedback that highlighted the need for staff presence, ADA accessible furnishings and routes, additional waste receptacles, and trail improvements. And we also received opinions of recreational activities, including a variety of input on ongoing recreational uses and feature recreational park opportunities. And the basis of the master plan update was guided first by these updated technical studies of the biological and cultural resources. Second, that extensive public engagement we just described. And third, a review of regulatory requirements and other legal obligations. And a summary of these findings from the technical studies include item number one, informed planning. Findings from these technical investigations serve as a valuable tool for informed decision-making. Number two, this place is very special and a regional biodiversity hotspot. The park includes critical habitat and documented protected species, and discovery of the vernal pool's expansive watershed area has been unknown before. Three, tribal cultural stewardship. This entire park is extremely sensitive Native American cultural area with 2 nationally registered historic sites requiring priority protection. And additionally, number 4, Fairview Park offers 7 miles of passive recreational trails around unique ecological and cultural areas, which is the highest density in the region for a similar park. And these wildlife interactions, they, as we know and have all seen, they can be magical. And those unique experiences is very unique to the public realm in Orange County. Additionally, key findings, number 5, human activities threaten sensitive biological and cultural resources and require protection. Number 6, Fairview's Park's biological, cultural, and paleontological resources are protected under a comprehensive regulatory framework at a federal, state, and local levels. And an overview of the draft master plan update recommendations include recognizing and protecting Fairview Park as a unified tribal cultural landscape, preventing further damage to cultural resources through site management, honor tribal stewardship and ensure respectful handling of cultural materials, and prevent cultural resource degradation from impacts due to off-trail activity, and protect archaeological sites from unauthorized collection and disturbance. Overview recommendation number 5, to restore and enhance the habitat. 6, define and manage trails. 7, enhance public amenities and accessibility. And 8, manage recreational activities to reduce impacts to sensitive resources.
Okay, now we're going to go ahead and get into the committee, commission, and council input. We've done a lot of outreach throughout this entire process with the various workshops and also participating in various events. But we do want to highlight the committee's role as well as the commission's input and the council's input. So just a quick background, as I mentioned earlier, in 2017, after passing Measure AA, the City Council created the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and they were tasked with various responsibilities. One is to provide advice to the City Council regarding the implementation of the Fairview Park Master Plan, provide advice to the City Council in regards to the impacts of Measure AA on capital improvement program projects, maintenance and activities, recommend approval of grant applications, partnerships, and volunteer activities for the implementation of the Fairview Park Master Plan. In 2018-2019, the committee worked with staff and the City Council to secure funding for the Master Plan update. The Fairview Park Steering Committee was closely involved and engaged in the development of the draft Master Plan. They have had bi-monthly meetings throughout the last couple of years and really were involved in the community outreach efforts, the various workshops that we have done. So they have spent quite a bit of time getting engaged and involved in formulating this master plan draft. The initial meeting kicked off in June of 2023, and the first recommendations from the consultant was provided in July. And it was discussed at that meeting. At that time, they came up with 25 recommendations, actually I believe 20 recommendations. In October, they came up with 5 more recommendations for a total of 25. 2 of the recommendations are not included in the draft master plan, and that is to relocate the fly field outside of Fairview Park and modify the park's name to Fairview Park, Fairview Nature Park, for example, or something similar. And this was done through the direction of the council during the study session that we had in January. And that's why it did not make it into the final master plan draft. The Parks and Community Services Commission also played a role in providing feedback and input in regards to the master plan draft. We did an initial presentation in June of 2024. At that time, it was more or less an update in regards to the actual development of the recommendations and a master plan draft in itself. And we received some input and feedback, and we took that back to the Fairview Park Steering Committee. And then in October of 2025 of this year, after the Fairview Park Master Plan draft was released in early October, we did a full presentation to the PACS Commission, and they provided some really good input and feedback and some recommendations that they wanted the council to hear as well. And then the recommendations are include language to adhere to the city's active transportation plan, include South Bluff Stairs, explore file field options outside of Fairview Park, add multi-language signage, address public safety concerns, and continue further tribal coordination and public engagement. As I mentioned in January, we had a City Council special meeting, And during that meeting, we received various inputs, and one of the 4 primary information that we received was to balance resource protection and public use, maintain access to the public while preserving sensitive resources, provide ample time for public review period on the draft, and ensure the website contains up-to-date information on the draft. So the draft master plan update builds upon the original master plan from 2008, actually from 1998, within the framework of Measure AA, and balances resources protection with public use while reflecting the interests of the community and the city, with a focus on restoration, public use, and biological matters. The next steps is to finalize draft per City Council direction, a CEQA documentation, programmatic initial study, mitigated negative declaration, a 30-day CEQA public review period, a City Council master plan adoption meeting, hopefully in early 2026. And again, staff recommends to review and discuss the draft Fairview Park master plan update and provide direction on the Fairview Park master plan update for inclusion in the final Fairview Park master plan update for adoption. And that concludes our presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Shall we why don't we do the 2 presentations that I mentioned earlier, and then we can have those before we ask the questions. So I think HSS and Fairview Park Steering Committee, I don't know, do we have an order? Do we flip a coin, or what do we do? I don't think it really matters. Okay.
Do I have a clicker of some kind to go through slides? Do you want me just to call you? Okay, cool. Do you have a written speech I can write so I can do it without the crowd? Okay. Thank you all. First and foremost, my name is Cole Crecilius, Chair of the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and grateful for this opportunity to share today and share about all the hard work that the committees and biologists and everyone has poured into this process. Let's see. Oh, that works. So spoiler alert, a big piece of this presentation is going to be talking about the fly field specifically. Why, you may ask? It's because of so much of the time that is so much of the time and energy that's taken up as we talk about Fairview Park surrounds the fly field. And it's something that we absolutely have to address. I think that we have a better opportunity to address it today than we ever have based on all the information that we have. And so we need to do that. Today I'm going to be doing a brief intro, talk about what's missing from the conversation, and then provide a conclusion. My background, I've been on the Fairview Park Steering Committee for 3 years. I'm pretty new to this process and this conversation. Some of you have been having this conversation for a decade or more. And it was very clear to me after our first city council session earlier this year that I needed to know more. I needed to study this issue more. I didn't know, I hadn't connected all of the dots and connected with HSS. This was a conversation that was sparked from having with the mayor. And so I did that. Over the past 9 months, I feel like I've really got to know the issues at hand, have met multiple times with HSS, have been to the fly field, have met in regular meetings with the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and I really feel like I'm here to represent the people of Costa Mesa and help share the information that I feel like is most important for everybody to know. What's been missing from this conversation? You know, there's 3 things: objectivity and the data surrounding these, the issues that we're looking at, especially when it comes to the science and regulatory agencies and the ways they weigh in on it. The alternatives to flying sites that city staff has done in conjunction with HSS. And then last, I really want to focus on the real cost of this process so far. When it comes to the objectivity that I was seeking, I think that it started first with the biologists, right? The biologists who studied Fairview Park, who were there on the ground over multiple seasons, taking their scientific method to the park. I'm not a biologist. I am not a scientist. I need people like this who can help me synthesize this information. And it was pretty clear at the end of their study that they thought that the fly field activities, both the activities themselves and the maintenance of the field, were not conducive to the goals of the master plan update. Then we look next at the regulatory agencies. So I think that was one of the biggest things I heard in the session earlier this year is like, what do the regulatory agencies really say about this? Well, regulatory agencies, I learned, don't really make determinations without full information. And as information came from biologists and as the draft master plan was put forth, the regulatory agencies that are listed here gave pretty clear feedback, in my view. U.S. Fish and Wildlife said they do not support the activities of the fly field. California Department of Fish and Wildlife said they strongly suggest that they move the model airplane flying. And that was very helpful for me to understand because I'm new to this conversation. I need to learn and understand what the experts are saying. Next, it went to our committee, the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and then it went to PAC's commission. And after deliberation and all the information, all the discussion, constant communication with city staff, learning and understanding the issues, both advisory committees, people that were appointed by city council to advise city council, both said that the fly field should move outside of Fairview Park. And they were, these recommendations were just mentioned earlier, and I think that's important to note. More importantly, I took this as a directive from a conversation I had with Mayor Stevens earlier this year talking about alternative fly sites. And he said, that would be good information for us to have. That would be new information was the specific language that was used. And he said that would be something that it would be worthwhile for a committee member to spend time doing. And so that's what, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here. This is all available for you to see. There's 5 alternative fly sites that city staff has done alongside HSS, many of which they've done test flights in. And throughout that process, I really want to highlight the fact that city staff has worked so hard on this issue. The amount of hours that they have poured into meeting with HSS and understanding and the issues, trying to do their due diligence and not put the city in a position that is going to require regulatory involvement, while finding, alternative flight sites for HSS, I think cannot be overstated, and I think that there are viable alternatives. So that's something that hasn't really been a part of the conversation up to this point, something that's been missing. But this is what I really want to talk about, and that is that the real cost of this process is being paid by the rest of our city's residents who are not getting the park that they deserve. That's something that I really believe. So much of our time and energy is being spent into the issue of the fly field, and I hope the city council, city staff, someone can provide better information on this. But the information that I was told as of this past week was that there are 2 registered permitted flyers that are Costa Mesa residents. Two people in the city of Costa Mesa who are registered and gone through the process to be a registered flyer at the fly field. And I look at the whole of what our city could be enjoying, what they could be taking out of the park. Here's a list of just 13 I came up with. There's I'm sure many more things that we all could be spending our collective energy, resources, and just ideation on that would benefit the majority of Costa Mesa in much more significant ways. But I'm not here to vilify Harbor Soaring Society. I've talked with Matt a bunch. And I've tried to understand where they're coming from to the best of my ability. And I think they serve as an amazing model of what it means to stand up for something that you believe in, something that you care about. And I think that other groups in the city can learn a lot from the passion and the strategy that they've employed in elevating this conversation. So kudos to them. But the question that I have for HSS and for all of us here tonight is like, what might be gained by moving the fly field? You know, is there opportunity for more flying times, more flying space? Is there ability to fly different types of aircrafts that would benefit their mission? What would it look like, and this is something that I cannot get over, what would it look like if HSS had the broad community support from city, from others, in a solution that worked for everybody? So in my conclusion here, this is what I say. Aligning with experts, regulatory agencies, advisory bodies, and other stakeholder groups, my recommendation is to move the fly field outside of Fairview Park to a manicured lawn area in order to avoid potential consequences of regulatory agencies and allow the conversation to expand to uses that benefit the majority of Costa Mesa. And I will say that there are mentions from letters in the regulatory agencies and other groups. There's considerations made for locations within Fairview Park that the fly field could be moved to. But I would just ask that the city council, city as a whole, that they would be transparent about the costs associated with allowing for that to happen and then weighing those costs against the benefits to the rest of Costa Mesa residents. So thank you all so much for this time, and thank you for your thoughtful deliberation over this issue and so many other issues. I appreciate you very much. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Keith. Cole. Sorry.
Thank you. Hi. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Matt Garcia, President of the Harbor Soaring Society. Thank you for giving me time to present tonight. The permitting, I'd like to address that really quick so it's clear. Cole called me this afternoon and asked me how many flyers are permitted Costa Mesa residents, and I said, well, the city hasn't required us to get permits in 2025. So that number is not known by the city, which is why he was asking. So that's that. First, I want to sincerely thank the council for reopening the flying field after COVID. You placed trust in HSS, and for the last 28 months, we've honored that trust. 0 warnings, 0 citations, and full compliance with every rule. Tonight, I want to walk you through why the biological analysis behind this draft plan is incomplete, inaccurate, and misleading. And I want to highlight something that cuts through all of the technical details. The flying field is already in the best possible location for the community safety, for fiscal responsibility, for access, and for wildlife protection. That is not just HSS's position. It is the conclusion reached by reviewing the decades-long regulatory record, the 2014 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service record, the 1995 Brandman report, the 2016 to 2018 biological reports, and the city's own 2019 to 2021 compatibility study. None of these documents identify the current flying field location as an impact. Not one study recommends moving it. The draft master plan update is not a study. The consultant and staff have taken the most restrictive interpretation possible, one that maximized grant eligibility by shrinking community use. This approach was not neutral, it was directional. The technical foundation of the master plan is flawed. Key issues include, 1, no topographic study, no LIDAR, no hydrology, yet the entire recommendation hinges on watershed boundaries that have no scientific basis. The technical report cites a topo map from the 1800s. 2, the flying field was misrepresented as new in 2015. Land IQ's own maps show it has been in the same location since the 1960s. 3, the consultant had not met HSS even once before publishing the March 2024 technical report. He did not know how many times we performed runway maintenance in 2023 or 2024. These aren't small errors. They undermine the credibility of the entire report. For 30 years, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been consistent. Study the noise, avoid pools when wet, maintain the existing disturbance footprint, train users, and manage the activity. And HSS has done exactly that. But staff repeatedly tried to solicit a negative opinion. They sent draft staff reports to agencies before giving resource agencies full context. Staff guided the conclusion. This is one of the most important facts in tonight's entire conversation. The 2014 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service letter, one of the most comprehensive federal analysis done for the park, lists every potential impact to every vernal pool in Fairview Park. It's also the foundational scientific source for Land IQ's claims and opinions towards the flying field. It names mowing inside basins, illegal vehicles, construction, irrigation, pesticides, dogs, bicycles, path grading, and much more. The flying field and runway maintenance are not listed, not even as potential impact. Land IQ completely ignored this. This single fact should have stopped the entire relocate the flying field narrative in its tracks. The science, including the 1995 Brandman Report, the 2016 to 2018 Near House Biological Reports, the 2019 to 2021 City Costa Mesa Compatibility Study, and decades of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service communication all say the same thing. Human uses and wildlife can coexist in Fairview Park. There is not one scientific study stating that the flying field should be removed. Not one. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been crystal clear. Noise, done. Stay out of the pools when wet, done. Voluntary compliance and training, done. Fixed disturbance footprint, done. Nothing in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's documented history aligns with sweeping restrictions in the draft plan. So how did we end up with a restrictive CDFW letter and a flawed technical report? Not through collaboration. Land IQ submitted its report before ever meeting HSS. Travis Brooks did not understand our operations or maintenance history. And the September 2025 CDFW letter was not source material for the technical report. It was a reaction letter mixed with unrelated grievances about overdue monitoring and reporting. This mirrors 2023 when staff solicited a last-minute CDFW email to support shutting down the field. This pattern matters. This is not a criticism of one individual, but emails from 2021 to 2025 show a consistent pattern. Staff pushing for a field shutdown, staff blocking HSS from full runway maintenance, staff not providing data or impact findings, staff presenting incomplete or incorrect information to agencies, staff excluding HSS from meetings with resource agencies about HSS operations. This is advocacy, not analysis. Put aside personal preferences for a moment. Imagine staff using the same process towards your preferred recreational activity. Selective information, inaccurate conclusions, and consultant reports written without meeting the people they affect. It would feel unfair because it is. Costa Mesa deserves better. Since 2022, HSS has asked to participate in meetings, hydrology mapping, biological reviews, and impact avoidance planning. We were told, do not contact agencies. Everything must go through staff. But later we learned staff was contacting agencies with inaccurate claims while excluding us. This is not collaboration. Now I want to briefly show the human side. Glider flying at Fairview Park is 61 years old. Its families, veterans, teachers, engineers, students, and kids. This is one of Costa Mesa's longest running STEAM activities, predating CEQA itself. This is a living part of our city's culture and history. HSS wants to be collaborative. We want to collaborate. We support permitting, training, surveys, monitoring, avoiding wildlife impacts, hand maintenance if necessary, staying out of pools when wet, and enforcing the rules. These are reasonable, science-based measures. Staying in the current location without incidental take permits. This is absolutely achievable based on guidance and recommendations from HSS's consulting biologist. Impact avoidance can include preseason surveys, mid-season surveys, stopping flights during pooled conditions, buffers around active nests, or cessations of operations, coordinated maintenance timing. All of this is workable. All of this is consistent with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recommendations. So what has the master plan update produced? Not new science, not new data, not new understanding. The 1995 Brandman report already concluded 30 years ago that coexistence is possible, and nothing in the last 30 years contradicts that. Sometimes when you're digging yourself into a hole, the best option is to stop digging. Tonight, you have two clear choices. Option one, stop the master plan update because it has added conflict, not value. Option two, protect what matters, a historic, environmentally compatible, community-supported activity that has coexisted with protected species for 61 years. HSS respectfully asks the council to, one, stop the master plan update process tonight. It is too flawed to fix. And two, direct staff to begin designating the Fairview Park Flying Field as a local historic landmark. This protects Measure AA and protects 61 years of Costa Mesa history. On behalf of HSS, our families, our volunteers, and our kids, thank you for listening and supporting a balanced, community-driven Fairview Park. We look forward to continuing to be part of Costa Mesa for the next 61 years.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for your order and politeness. So now it's the time for, the council has an opportunity if they wish to ask questions to anybody who presented. It could be the staff, the consultants, or the two long-form presenters. Anybody? Councilmember Gameros.
So I'm going to be the opening headliner for this, and I'm going to start off by saying I'm really torn. I know that there is somewhat of an impact to what they're doing, but there's not much of an impact.
Excuse me for a second. Time for questions. Okay, so when we can talk more when a motion's on the floor after the public's talked. So questions now from the council.
Okay, I'm going to hold on then.
Okay, Councilmember Marr.
I think Councilmember Bewley was about to hit the button before me. Go ahead.
It's always the new guy who's getting up to speed on these
questions,
these issues. So yeah, here's my questions, and I'll stick it to that. And yeah, we'll have some comments when we get to the opportunity to deliberate. So in reviewing the report or the agenda packet that we received, I just need first some clarifications and then a few questions. The attachment 2, which is the Fairview Park Master Plan Update Recommendations, that had the 3 columns in there. Let me see if I just need clarification that this is after the study. If we were to synthesize down what is the ask or what would what would be the actual impact to the 2008 existing plan, these are effectively the 25 recommendations. It's on the agenda packet. That's actually a revised version of it that we received this afternoon. I think the 2 middle columns are missing.
Councilmember Bewley, to answer your question, yes, these recommendations, they are reflected in the draft master plan. A number of them are actually restated or reiterated recommendations that were in the original master plan in '98, as well as 2008 in the revision. But they were restated here because of the length or the outdated nature of that document. So the far right column in that matrix indicates the status of that, whether it's in the old plan or the standing 2008 plan, and whether it's a new recommendation or if it's been slightly revised restated.
Okay, and thanks for that. And that was going to be my follow-up question, because that's how I thought I read the chart. And it seemed that wherever there was a yes, and you had that nice helpful column in there, and kudos to staff for the excellent work and for everything that went into putting this together. But yeah, before, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what I was reading, but you confirmed my understanding. And then, since I wasn't here in 2016 and the various years leading up to this, or 2008, so 2008, we had the current existing plan, and then 2016 is when we passed Measure AA, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and that, in my way of looking at it, was kind of belts and suspenders as to what happened after the 2008, to be certain that there was going to be no changes, no modifications over there, absent a community vote.
Generally, yes, with the stated exceptions for those four purposes of restoration, preservation, maintenance, and public safety.
And I remember there was a pretty heated political time, and I think there was some commentary tonight that there was talk of putting ball fields and things over there, and maybe that was the motivation to get this measure on the ballot. Was that kind of the back history at that time?
Yes, that's generally accurate from staff's understanding.
Okay. And if an update were not to be approved, or as it was recommended tonight, a decision was made to stop this from going forward, would the pre-existing 2008 plan and Measure A still be the law of the land?
Yes, to answer your question, yes.
Okay. And I know there's been, and is it accurate that in 2008, or what led up to that, there was a biological report that kind of triggered this reassessment and triggered the update to the pre-existing plan at that time?
Could you restate that? I'm not familiar with.
I thought I read somewhere in the agenda packet that there was a biological report that was issued, and it was right around that time that there was a decision made to do a revised 2008 plan.
Yes, that is correct. There was an updated biological survey completed in 2008, and that was one of the reasons for incorporating that into the plan. The entire plan wasn't given a full comprehensive update, but it was incorporated at that time.
Okay. And as part of my research or discovery, I didn't locate the biological report. I probably wouldn't have been able to make heads or tails out of it. But did that report, can somebody give me some general information of what it disclosed that triggered the need for the update? Did they find the fairy shrimp at that time? Did they locate some other species? Or what was the significance of that biological report that motivated the then council to take action and revise into the 2008 plan?
I am not exactly sure of the impetus for opening the master plan and updating it at that time. I know there was documentation of the burrowing owl, and that had become a special status species at the time. So that may have been one of the reasons, but there may have been other reasons as well that are some in older documentation that we don't currently have.
Okay. And since I've been involved with this issue, I've learned a lot about the fairy shrimp and vernal pools and the spotted owl and the bush tit. And so those are the endangered species, and clearly we've discovered these populations out there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems that one of the motivations where we have this tension between the ongoing activity and the preservation and restoration is protection of these various species. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct.
And it occurred to me as I was educating myself on this process, do we have any idea what those population counts, those numbers looked like, let's say, pre-March of 2020?
No, not necessarily. There were studies and bird counts performed by Audubon, or Sea and Sage Audubon, our local Orange County chapter of the Audubon Society. So those could provide sort of general indications of population trends, but not all done with the exact same methodology and under the same environmental conditions that would allow comparison from year over year.
Yeah, because where I'm going with it is, so it sounds like research, work being out there, surveys, uncovered the existence of these various species, but at least you haven't seen or you guys haven't looked at any analysis of what these actual populations look like out there.
No, not necessarily. With some of the rare species like burrowing owl, we may have indications of, some years there could be 1 or 2 observations, other years there could be 0, but it really varies year over year. That can be in response to a number of other conditions.
And the reason, it seems like, one of the issues here is that the Soaring Society in particular, there's a concern that it's going to have this negative impact on these various populations and things. And it struck me as we would have had a perfect opportunity to look at cause and effect when, if I'm correct, it was March of 20 they were shut down because of COVID and other activities, right?
Yes.
And then through some back and forth and getting through some paperwork, they came back about 3 years later in 2023.
Hi, this is Travis Brooks. I'll just add some color to respond to your question. For instance, just starting with the fairy shrimp, I believe Glenn Lucas and Associates did the last survey of presence and absence of the 2 species of fairy shrimp. I think it was 2017, if I'm remembering correctly. Yes, Kelly's saying yes. And so that survey has not been repeated. You need a good wet year in order to look for them, number one, because otherwise they stay in the dry soils. And when you look at them, you're looking for presence absence. It's not the sort of thing where you're going to get a population count for that example. But then there's other species like, for instance, the California gnatcatcher, which is a federally protected species. And from year to year, it'll nest in the canyon area where the community-led restoration has occurred. But not in every year. It may move to other habitats along that sort of ecological corridor that I mentioned in my remarks. Another example is the cactus wren. Rob Hamilton, who did the original 1998 biological work for the master plan, he knew that there were cactus wren using the coastal bluff habitat at that time, but they're gone now. They have been lost and probably extirpated from this coastal area due to human impacts. So that's an example of one that's no longer there.
Do they have a date on that particular one, this wren, when they last saw existence of it there, or maybe when they first saw it and then last saw it?
Yeah, it's probably been at least 10 years since the cactus wren has been extirpated from the coastal area.
And
at least around Fairview Park. I mean, it could be occurring. It does, occur in some other areas like the back basin of Newport Bay. But the point is to find some of these things, you need to do focus surveys and permitted focus surveys, and that's not something that the city has invested in the past. They've relied upon the fact that we know that these species occur, and once you know that they occur, then you develop management plans and mitigation and avoidance measures for them. And when you know they occur, and CDFW, the state, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the feds for environmental protection, once they know they occur, then there's an obligation for the city to develop management plans, and the type of plan that they would require just depends on the circumstance. And so, for instance, if you looked at the CDFW's letter, they discussed that they would like the sort of measures they would like to see happen and apply for an incidental take permit based on the information that's been collected.
Well, one of the things I'm trying to come to grips with, I've learned as part of this process, they've been soaring planes out there, and I know there's a dispute, let's call it the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. And it seems the issue here is the Soaring Society is having a negative impact on these various species. And the only way I think you can analyze that is if you look at a cause and effect. They've been out here for that long. What's the explanation as to why any of these endangered species are still out there after 50, 60 years of flying?
First, I'll mention a study that I was aware of working for the Nature Reserve of Orange County. That's managed by the Natural Communities Coalition. That's at NCCP-HCP. And the city had an opportunity to be a part of that, but it's not. But right next door, Talbot Regional Park is part of that reserve system. There was a study, recreation study done in Colorado, actually, looking at bird activity before and after they do these mountain bike downhill trail events. And what they found, and this could be generalized to the park, is that when these activities occur, it diminishes the amount of avian or bird activity to a new low level, and then they adjust to it. So if you may have had, let's say, 100 birds in the area, it'll drop to maybe 60, and that becomes the new normal when they have the presence of human activity. So the birds and the bees and the fairy shrimp may still be there, but their population levels may be stressed and depressed. You would need to do extensive focus surveys in order to answer that with certainty. But what we normally rely upon when we're doing biological work and developing measures to protect endangered and protected species, rare species, is to determine their presence and to take measures in order to avoid impact, to avoid take.
But it still would seem to me that 50, 60 years of these competing activities or these competing interests, even if it was stressing and impacting and having a negative impact, you would think after 50, 60 years of this, we'd probably have zero of these endangered species.
It doesn't work like that typically. It's like the example that I gave you of the downhill bike racing in Colorado where they did the recreational study, that the numbers are depressed and stressed, but not necessarily completely eliminated. In the event of the cactus wren, which has a number of stressors on it in addition to human activity, which puts pressure on it, and it's now extirpated from Fairview Park as an example. Okay. That's one that I can point to. But having said all that, it's not saying that the flying is incompatible entirely with the species, but taking certain measures. And the city's responsibility would go to Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW and apply for the appropriate permits, and they will provide the measures that they would like to see in order to provide those protections that you're thinking of. So there is a process, and I'd spoken with Matt Garcia for at least 2 hours at public meetings over the last 2 years about these sort of things. So I have advised him of that as well.
Does it make sense, or am I correct first, that I guess starting in 2023 when HSS got back out there, they substantially limited their amount of use. It went down to 2 Saturdays a week, assuming it hasn't been raining, and 6-hour increments. I mean, it just seems de facto that would decrease a lot of the impact, potential negative impact prior, compared to their pre-COVID use. I mean, is that accurate?
I'm aware that their use of the park was diminished.
Substantially diminished.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And more of a bigger question. In your presentation, I'm getting educated on this ecological corridor. We have Fairview Park, Talbot, and Banning. And this is kind of part of this triumvirate we have there. What's the level? I mean, we have this issue, and it seems unique to Fairview Park, where we have this confluence of community activity and ecologically sensitive area. We don't have that same type of issue in Talbot or Banning, or at least to this degree.
Well, Fairview Park is unique in its vernal pool complex on the mesa. Once you get to the bluffs, like the slope areas that have been restored or have remnant habitat, they support similar species that you'll find using Talbot. Talbot was, historically a floodplain and would have supported, like riparian and alluvial type vegetation. But it was revegetated by parks to to something that's not necessarily what a historical function would have been, but still provides a lot of good habitat. But it's nowhere near what's remnant in Fairview Park. What's remnant in Fairview Park is unique and rare, and it occurs in limited ways in the Randall Preserve banning on some of the upland areas. But the large vernal pool complex, again, one of the largest west of the Mississippi, is unique to Fairview Park. It's just a happenstance of history that it stayed in state, county, and now city stewardship that even still remains, and the fact that the community fought to protect it for all of these years speaks to the fact that you still have this vernal pool complex and the associated habitats today. It wouldn't have occurred otherwise.
Okay. Now back to this exhibit 2. So I look at the 25 recommendations, I'll just call them that. And the vast majority are already addressed to some degree, maybe not perfectly, but to some degree in the 2008 revised Fairview Park plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, generally.
Yeah. And just the ones where I saw a no as not being addressed, one obviously that is taken up a great deal of time, item 6, that was to relocate the Soaring Society. And that's actually counter to the 2008, because the 2008 had carved out an exception for the flying.
Yes, correct. It had identified it as a location for the Silent Flyer launch land area, which was shown in the 2008 plan as close to the restroom facility just to the west of it.
Okay. And item 8 was provide potential native plant growing space. Now, is that something that could be done separate and apart from a completely new updated plan?
Yes, it kind of depending on the scale and size of it. A grow space could be very small and sort of a minor temporary fixture, or it could be something with a little more infrastructure, depending on the desired number of plants and production, I guess, of the site.
And in fact, and actually I learned something tonight in looking at the agenda, the Fairview Park Steering Committee. It was created to kind of implement the 2008, to look at it, come up with some ideas on how to preserve and affect the goals of the 2008 plan. Did I understand that correctly tonight?
Yes, their specific scope is on their website, I guess, but the general purpose is to provide citizen oversight with capital improvement projects that are being implemented, ensure that they were fulfilling the intent of Measure AA, and meet the goals of preservation and restoration and other objectives of Measure AA itself.
Okay. Well,
That's, by the way, that's in 2017.
Okay, 2017, okay. Thanks for that. But effectively, again, just keeping on number 8 here, if they were to take the work that's been accomplished here and these recommendations and say, you know what, this number 8 seems like makes a lot of sense for various reasons, they could petition, for lack of a better term, to come before council, allocate some funds under CIP to make sure that we implement this, provide for a potential native plant growing space. I mean, that's something that would be in their purview.
Yes.
Okay. And item 16, I think that was another one that wasn't covered. That's adopt a maintenance and management plan. That's not prohibited under the current 2008 plan, right?
No, it's not. It's not really a current product that exists in the 2008 plan, so it's kind of based on a lot of synthesized information from the recent biological reports, from completed projects like the wetlands and the entire lowlands that we didn't have management plans for those areas at the time of the 2008 plan. So it's incorporating all of those management plans for the different restoration areas and completed projects since 2008.
Okay. And then item 18, tribal coordination. that just wasn't addressed in the 2008 update, but that's something that the steering committee could bring to council and ask that we address that.
Could you clarify which number you're referring to?
Number 18, let me see. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm using my shorthand, and then from my shorthand to my verbal shorthand, we probably lose something in translation. 18, provide continuing opportunities for tribal coordination and participation in the implementation of the updated Fairview Park Master Plan.
Yes, that's something the committee could potentially bring forward.
Okay. And item 19, ADA access. Obviously, if the steering committee or one of our other departments or committees here in the city found that we were ADA deficient over there, that's something they could bring, allocate some funds through CIP and get that implemented.
Yes.
Now, I notice in the recommendations, I didn't see any express language touching on some of the other hot button issue activities, the activities like concerts in the park and the pump track, the bike track out there. Are you guys have any recommendations, or did you decide not to touch on those hot potatoes?
Yes, we did receive some feedback. Some community members have expressed concern with concerts in the park. However, it is an existing use. The location of it has changed over the years. We've taken into account a lot of input from regulatory agencies as well as concerned members of the public to mitigate for potential sound impacts to birds and other biological resources in the park. The sound is directed away from the potential nesting areas. It's still a large gathering, but it's located in the manicured lawn area. And in terms of the master plan, we don't have any need to add amenities or additional fixtures, or it doesn't change the footprint of the site. So we didn't need to change the master plan in order to accommodate concerts. It may be something that we, look at other sites in the future. That's been discussed with the organizations that run those concerts. But at the moment, it's considered an existing use that occurred prior to 2016.
Okay. And there was some recent discussion, if there was some consideration on potentially relocating the site to the other side of Placentia. And I know because of the public session here or whatnot, can you guys give a little feedback on what implications, if any, that might push up against with Measure AA? If we were to relocate, what's the likelihood if we were to go forward and make a decision that they must be relocated either outside the park, or we split the difference and move them to the other side, the east side? East side. Yeah, east side. That they're not going to face resistance, or we're not going to run into AA problems, or, and I don't expect you to give me a full legal analysis, but, or maybe actually, maybe this is a good one for city attorney.
Yes, of course, I don't want to get into detailed legal advice, but I think there's a fair argument that moving it from the west side to the east side would be consistent with restoration and preservation of the vernal pool watershed. And as I understand the proposed activity that would occur, it does not appear to be a vote required. Court might disagree with me, but that's what I can do for you tonight.
That's your best analysis on short notice. I
Yep.
appreciate that. Okay, those are all the questions I have. Oh, and if you have a further response to something I questioned.
Yes, on your response to questions of the items specifically, if they can be achieved individually, I just want to point out that the next step of this is the CEQA process, and it needs to be considered with the master plan as a whole. What you're describing, taking these acts individually could be considered possibly piecemealing. So I just wanted to give you a fuller picture of those recommendations. And these 25 are a synthesis of the entire master plan document. And one of these items is trails consolidations. Those things are harder to pick out individually to achieve the recommendations of the document of a whole. This is just a synthesis of a few of the key items.
Thanks for that clarification, and to see if I followed you correctly, would it be feasible, because like I said, I think I identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that were outside the scope of the original master plan. So if we were to go forward and any of these 7 didn't pass muster with council or didn't get the favorable vote, it would be in the best interest or for process purposes to put all the ones that we don't have issues with and move forward with CEQA.
Yes. In short. But I will add that you don't have to remove something tonight. If you decide you want to evaluate it under CEQA, you can always, before you actually adopt the document, you can always take something out then,
Okay.
after the CEQA analysis is done.
Unless anybody else wants to elaborate on any other questions.
I do.
Other than council.
I didn't hear your answer to Councilmember Bewley's question regarding what he called the pump track. I call it, some people call it the bumps. It's where kids and families ride bikes, dirt bikes on bumps, and it's really adjacent to the fly field. Do you have any recommendations one way or the other about if there should be any changes with respect to that property and those activities?
Yes, thank you. The BMX activity is off trail from the approved trail system. But more importantly, they're using the improper fill material that's not really compatible with the protection of cultural and archaeological resources because it has trash in it, basically, which is chemically active. So one of the recommendations from the original master plan we've continued in the update is to remove that fill material as part of a restoration of the vernal pool watershed and the vernal pool complex on the mesa. And so the larger vision would be to restore the vernal pool watershed by removing that fill material, adding appropriate wildlife-friendly and aesthetically pleasing fencing, and keeping people on the approved trail system, but acknowledging that the value of those dirt areas where people can play creatively and ride their bikes. We had introduced the idea of a nature play area that could be potentially incorporated into part of the existing manicured lawn area. There's 13 acres. Some of it could be put aside for that similar type of activity in addition to, I know there are other city parks that offer a pump track. There's a new pump track, right?
Yeah, there's the,
Thank you.
The potential for a pump track to be over at the skate park. Yeah, that is part of the
skate
conceptual.
park.
Yeah.
Right, but in terms of Fairview Park, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to take Bewley's time a little bit or continue it. So your recommendation is where the kids ride their BMX bikes now, you would remove it and you would fence it and people wouldn't be able to go off the trail. And then your idea would be setting aside forget about Tewinkle Park for a second, because that's a whole nother project. We're just here to talk about Fairview Park. So you say that in your idea would be, we take some of the 13 acres, which is now where we have the concerts in the park and people fly kites and stuff like that, and you would relocate the BMX activity to that. And you called that, what did you call that, nature play? Okay. Yeah. Has anybody priced that out?
Mayor, just for clarification purposes, the 13 acres does not extend over that paved path. That includes the dirt mound features. So the dirt mound features are located in what's designated as the natural vegetation area, even though it's been heavily disturbed and there's a lot of exposed barren soil now from the historic use and sort of indiscriminate use. Another reason for the removal of those features as was identified in the 1998 plan for the cultural resource preservation. It was actually a mitigation measure of the CEQA document from the 1998 CEQA analysis. So it's sort of a requirement to fulfill the cultural resource and archaeological resource preservation measures. We also get a lot of public safety complaints, and we hear of collisions, potential collisions, high speed, really hazardous jumping activity on those features. So it's sort of an attractive nuisance in a location that it could be potentially accommodated elsewhere, but we get a lot of, a large majority of our public complaints from those features, actually.
Yep. Okay. I thank you for answering my question directly. Do you have any, one last question on this topic. Do you have any sense of when that use could be restored to the 13 acres and how much that would cost the city of Costa Mesa? And if the answer is no, just say no.
Yeah, I can't speak to cost, but I would recommend that when the
Excuse me, I'm just asking, I don't mean to cut you off, but we have a lot of people to get to. Do you one way or the other, do you have any estimate of how long it's going to take to do it?
I would
and how
phase
much
it
it'll cost?
when you do the removal of the fill. I would phase it.
Okay, I mean, but in
So
terms
I wouldn't necessarily remove an existing resource until I would phase it in until you can offer the similar amenity somewhere else.
I see. So you'd say build
So
build the pump track someplace else and then remove it.
That's what I would recommend, because there doesn't need to be this temporal loss of a valuable activity in the park.
Got it.
In the meantime.
And so, but no idea how much it will cost, and just ballpark order of magnitude. Is it going to take 10 years, 15 years, 3 years, 2 years, or don't you know?
I can't comment on that.
Okay.
Can I, Director Gruner, I do want to ask a related question, because we had talked severally, I think when you started and more recently, about this exact question, opportunities for a pump track in different areas on the west side in particular. And I know you were doing some research, had some conversations with vendors about like modular tracks and other opportunities. So if you have cost estimates, I'd be interested in that as well.
Yeah, there is a couple of companies that actually have like a modular pump track that is movable. You can basically relocate it to different locations. And at that time, there was actually like a trial program, and that was this past summer. And there was a couple of different cities that had, that were part of that program, and it's about $14,000. That's the rental cost, and that was for about a 2 to 3 week program rental. So the overall cost, I would have to get some exact dollar amounts, but that was part of that program. It was just a rental cost of $14,000 for 3 weeks.
All right. I butted into you, council member. I think next in the queue was council member Marr.
Yeah, I just wanted the
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Got it.
I just want to be clear that we're not mischaracterizing. I think this is for Director Gruner. Attachment 2 shows the comparison of what was in the master plan in 2008 to what's in this current master plan. And it's helpful because it summarizes the recommendations, but I don't want, correct me, it sort of seems like we're characterizing it up here as like, oh, we just made a couple of tweaks. Like there's only 7 things that we could pull out that we changed substantively. When I read the master plan compared to the old master plan, we have, in some cases, very different recommendations, or recommendations with substantive detail that we didn't have before. I want to make sure that we're viewing attachment 2 correctly. It is a nifty guide so that we can figure out where the recommendations are and whether there was any mention of them in 2008. But we shouldn't be interpreting that as we just made some tweaks here and there.
No, that is correct. The actual supplemental matrix that was sent out yesterday, I mean, that's really the document you really want to take a look at. You can see the sequential development of the recommendations from the consultant team, from the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and then the PACS Commission, and that will provide a little bit more substance, I think, that you're looking for.
Yeah. So did the public get a copy of the supplemental material?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Because it's not, I don't see it currently in at least the online version of the staff report that I'm looking at, but okay. What was that?
Sorry, did you have something to say?
It's on the website, but when I click on my agenda, I'm not seeing it online. Anyway, okay, let me get to my questions here if I can figure out where I put them. So, City Attorney, I'd been asking for an understanding of Measure AA, and I think we just got something today, but can you just restate, you don't think that there's any possibility of triggering AA by moving the Harbor Soaring Society flying field to the east side of the park?
I would never say never.
Well, I'm asking for the city attorney to provide an assessment. So
Right. My assessment is that, especially because having reread Measure AA today in the course of preparing a confidential memo, I did note that it specifically calls out the glider flying as one of the existing amenities that they're trying to protect. And so it seemed to me that if you are taking something that has been there, that was clearly identified as an amenity, and you're simply relocating it without a biological impact, and without violating any of the significant change provisions of Measure A, that it would fall within the exception to Measure AA that allows you to do activities that are protective and restorative in nature.
Can
somebody challenge that and win? Yes. But I think the better argument is that it's an acceptable thing to do.
Okay, so the flip side of that, doing nothing, what is the legal risk? I also don't think I've seen an assessment on that, and I'm not sure that the public has either.
The legal risk is that the regulatory agencies believe that we are engaging in something improper, engaging in a biological take of some kind, and they implement directives, fines, so on and so on and so on. But it's very difficult to gauge the likelihood of success of that. It's very difficult to gauge the willingness of the agencies to do that.
So from the perspective of our consultants, can you speak to the risk as you perceive it for a take and the consequences of said take?
I won't speak for CDFW, but I would encourage you to read the letter that they submitted to the city.
Okay.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been on a break, but I'm sure they'll have an opportunity to comment soon.
Okay. So HSS has already taken some mitigation measures in terms of not mowing, in terms of looking for staff guidance when there are aircraft that land outside of their permitted area. Were those mitigations considered as part of the consultant's assessment, or did those things happen after you looked at operations?
The analysis was with respect to, in Hamilton's biological report, talks about the impacts on the birds flying. The CDFW also discusses that, the impact of the glider flying or the powered flying on the activity of raptors and other birds that are using the vernal pool and the mesa area et cetera. My specific report on the existing vegetation communities and restoration and enhancement opportunities looked at modifications that has been done in the past and that might be done in the future to the fly field, which would include the past grading, which was inappropriate within the vernal pool watershed, and past mowing activities. The fact that they haven't mowed recently wasn't part of my analysis. And in fact, one of the things I had suggested to Matt Garcia to consider is using some of these existing manicured lawn areas to move the fly field activity where they wouldn't have to maintain the fly field in the future. Now, if they can fly on a manicured lawn and move it outside of the vernal pool watershed, that was my recommendation to him.
Can we go back to the watershed in particular? So you and I had a conversation where we talked about the fact that we would never in 2025 just build a fence around the part of a vernal pool where the water pools. That our understanding right now is that the watershed as a whole is what needs to be considered. But can you break that down in a little bit more detail? What is it about the watershed as opposed to just the wet part that is so important?
Sure. We're still looking at the slide with the questions on it, and you're looking at the mesa, and you can see the expression of the largest vernal pool. The idea of this is sort of in its restored state. When the city violated the Endangered Species Act in the past and was required to do the mitigation for the vernal pools that are currently being restored, they included a lot of those measures that Matt Garcia mentioned in his presentation. One of the problems with that initial approach, borrowing the word from earlier, it was piecemeal. So the size of the vernal pools, the movement of the water changes each year depending on how much rain falls. In a heavy rainfall year, like we saw during the study period, water actually starts to flow out of the large vernal pool and flow into the other vernal pool features further to the south. And if you just put a fence around where the vernal pool expression of it was in one particular year, doesn't mean that it's going to be smaller or bigger in the future years. And more importantly, the vernal pool doesn't just fill up from the water that lands on top of that wetland feature, but rather it's all the water that drains in it from what appears relatively flat, and we call it the mesa, but there's a small, very small, like 1% gradation where the water feeds into the pool. So with climate change and maybe infrequent rainfall, having a larger, intact, healthy watershed is going to be key to maintaining the sustenance and the health of the vernal pools into the future. That's also why we recommend and continue the recommendation of removing the fill to protect the function of those pools. So really, it's all of the water that falls that's going to, each drop that's going to move towards the pool. The same type of concept we learn about the watershed and water quality when we think about our local hills and mountains. All the water that hits on the top of the ridgeline is going to flow and it's going to make it all the way down to the ocean. In the case of an ephemeral wetland feature like the vernal pools, it's interior drain, so all the water's got to flow, and that's also the reason for adding protective fencing, so you can protect the watershed and the vegetation that's within it that supports a lot of pollinators and birds, et cetera.
So the key findings from the master plan update specifically say discovery of the vernal pool's expansive watershed area was unknown before. Why was it unknown before?
It just wasn't appreciated that this is really a vernal pool complex that all works together. It's all interconnected. You can't just draw a line around one feature and say that you've protected it. The water, the nutrients, the pollution that it carries from the surrounding areas is all key to how well the vernal pool functions, how healthy it is, the species that inhabit it, including the fairy shrimp and also the rare plants, orchid grass, et cetera.
Switching gears a little bit, we've heard about bluff maintenance for a while. this might actually be for Public Works here, but I think, one of the concerns I've had is that it'll be increasingly difficult to do bluff maintenance without pouring concrete, adding rebar, doing, frankly, more invasive measures in order to stabilize the bluff. Maybe this is the city manager, actually. Are we prepared to take that to a Measure AA vote if that's what's required?
We are currently in the process of working with consultants on proposals for the bluff stabilization design. We've already made it clear that the desire for low intensity and minimal, concrete facility, those types of features in the design, and the project itself, we believe, would not be requiring Measure AA. The intent is to stabilize and restore, and it would actually produce a net uplift for conservation. So we believe that's in alignment with Measure AA. It's really, the objective is preservation and restoration, but there's no intent to add new facilities or things like that that would be contrary to the objectives of AA.
Yeah, and I'll just clarify. Measure AA calls for a vote if we're going to do something invasive. And so I don't think our position as a city should just be that we're going to avoid ever triggering Measure AA. If there is a justifiable reason that maintains the long-term preservation of the park, it's probably something that we should put in front of the voters. And so I guess if that's our kind of aversion to going to the voters on AA, City Attorney, is that weighing into your thinking about moving the fly field to the east side of the park? What if we took it to the voters? What would be so bad about that?
You can always do that. That's an option for you no matter what. You could decide that the risk is too great, or even that you think it's, that it is a big enough change that the voters should weigh in. There may be other changes that you decide that you want to make. But yes, certainly taking it to a Measure AA vote is always an option.
Okay. That's something for those of you who plan to comment on this item, I'd be curious to hear your opinion on. The circulation element on page 75 of the master plan, it wasn't totally clear to me that included all of the active transportation recommendations or the recommendations from the Fairview Park Steering Committee as it relates to, or perhaps that was the Parks Commission, as it relates to incorporating the active transportation plan. Does it, and/or are there conflicts there?
Yes, to answer your question, Councilmember Mar, we did identify a couple of the segments that are reflected in the city's approved active transportation plan that we plan to incorporate into the final plan for adoption. So those were just, the exhibit that we looked at was slightly outdated at the time when we were preparing the trails map. So that's something we feel we're comfortable integrating that based on input from the consultant team as well as input from the advisory bodies that have weighted on that issue.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I would just note that active transportation plan happened well after 2008, and so that's yet again, something that needs to be incorporated into a new planning document now that we have additional guidance on active transportation. And then last but not least, I didn't see a lot of discussion of enforcement in the master plan. Am I missing it, or are we leaving that for a different conversation?
No, that's something that we are planning on developing, and there's a few different options that we have. We can look at having some type of volunteer docent program that would help with the enforcement and the park regulations. Right now, we only have very limited rangers, police rangers available. We really only have 7 throughout the whole city. Long-term, it would be ideal to have at least one person dedicated just to Fairview Park.
Yeah, I would also ask us to look further afield in terms of CCTV, other monitoring methods. We don't necessarily have to have a ton of people roaming around all the time, but if we're going to try to take enforcement more seriously, we should consider all options. Last but not least, City Attorney, I'll just note that several of the council members up here have publicly stated their opinion on HSS, have publicly stated how they plan to vote tonight, and I've got concerns that this is going to be an independent vote that considers the public comment that we're going to get tonight. As you can tell by my questions, I have not made up my mind, and that should be our posture as City Council. So I would just remind my colleagues that that should be our posture moving forward. And City Attorney, if you think that anything inappropriate has happened, I hope you would note it. Thank you.
So who wants to go next?
I'll just be quick. I won't be long-winded, I promise. Record number of public comments that I've seen since I've been here. It's in the hundreds or more. I don't know, I don't mean to put Brenda on the spot, whoever might be able to answer this, but if we were to just take a guess at I'm being the voice of the people here, so would we say overwhelmingly the majority of the comments were for or against the draft master plan? You don't have to count them, Brenda. I wouldn't do that to you.
I remember. There was about 100, as of 12 o'clock today, there were 196 comments, written comments. 155 of them opposed the master plan, the draft master plan. And then there were two other categories. If I'm not mistaken, 29 were in favor, and the other were inconclusive.
Yes. 195 comments total, 29 in support, 155 in opposition, 11 providing comments in general on the master plan.
You checked his work?
He checked mine.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't planning to comment on that, but I do want to share some additional information on that. So a lot of the comments that we did receive, were sort of verbatim the same, very clearly building off of a letter that was distributed throughout the community. Read the letter, read all of our materials. I might characterize that letter as incomplete, inaccurate, and misleading. I'm not sure how many of those 196 commenters have read all the material here. I think it's also really important, and there's a chapter in our Fairview, the plan, that describes all of the other community outreach to date, the meetings that you've had on site, the committee meetings, the commission meetings, and so on. So I just want us to, I know it's hard when we're up here and there's a sort of a push of information at the very end, and we want to just decide based on a popularity contest of simple counts, consider the totality of the input and the comprehensiveness of the information that people have received. So having said that and acknowledging all of the other community input to date, I do want to sit back a little bit and I'm so frustrated with this process because every time we talk about Fairview Park, it's a downer, but this is one of the most exciting things in our community. Like even just look at the photo we have here, like what a beautiful, unique piece of land.
Excuse me, I have to be fair. It's questions.
This is I'm
questions. I said the same thing to Councilmember.
I said, isn't this a unique, beautiful piece of land?
Questions.
I'm leading to my question has not been shared here, and that's some of the information that I want to get to. I don't know if we have this in the presentation, but page 9 of the Fairview of the master plan lists this some of the data from the biological resources, and I'm not sure if this is comprehensive. 220 species of birds, 197 plant species, 20 butterfly species. This is a wildlife corridor. This is a significant site for migratory birds. It's a site. It's a stop along the Pacific Flyway. Like it's a really incredible asset. I don't know if that's the right word. And I don't know that that's come through in the discussion to date. The other thing that I think that's shared well in the master plan, the biological resource component. What's missing from the plan, what I was really, really eager to read about, as I expressed the last time this plan was before us, but didn't see a lot of information on, was the information and recommendations from the Tribal Advisory Group. So I don't know who can speak to that. I know it's there's a lot that can't be shared publicly because of the sensitivity, but I was interested, and certainly, especially after reading some of the information that was shared about this being an extremely important resource for our Tribal Advisory Group. I would like the consultant team, staff, whoever is the right contact to describe the tribal engagement aspect of this project, because it was just loosely described, but it was a really important part of the RFP. Describe as much as you can the cultural significance and importance of the site, especially there was some language in there about us needing to think about this site as a single unified landscape and not just a few sites, which was something new I hadn't heard before. And then what can you share about the specific recommendations from the Tribal Advisory Group? I didn't see any direct connection of what recommendations came out of the Tribal Advisory Group. So what was the tribal engagement aspect of this project? What did you learn from them, and what were their recommendations?
Yes, thank you for that question. And so it seemed, I'm just going to repeat it back because I think this question, two-part questions. What were those conversations? What were the key takeaways? And what is included in the master plan? It's like a three-part question, I think, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, as I understand it, and I remember because we had some discussions about this in shaping the RFP. There's a sort of bare minimum obligation for tribal consultation, and we said we want to do more. Right. And so what was the more that we did? What was that approach? And then what were the findings from that? And I think it's helpful to emphasize, that you can't share things, sort of explain why there are some things that we can't know.
Right. Okay. So the more approach was to create a tribal advisory group that is separate from community outreach, recognizing their sovereignness as nations. And so we met with them privately. We had many meetings ourselves together. And Kelly, over the course of this project, has had individual consultations and meeting overall. And page 19, in a way, is a summary of some of the asks. But what the main primary asks were is that to stop damage of cultural resources and protect those resources. And I think that speaks to one of taking the master plan recommendation as a whole, because many of the recommendations to consolidate trails, to protect biological resources, it's the same thing as conserving and protecting tribal cultural resources that are out there. Stop erosion, stop people walking off trails, because that's what causes the exposure of sacred cultural resources. And I'll just add that when some of those tribes walk it, they are deeply saddened to see the stewardship of the park itself, because resources are exposed regularly through activities. And so that's what they're asking for, is just covering with like clay caps in some ways. And on 19, we did describe in the presentation, recognizing it as a unified tribal cultural landscape. And I think this is similar as well to understanding the vernal pool as a watershed. I think we've understood these items as discrete pieces within the whole, but understanding the site as a unified cultural landscape understands you can find something. Anyway, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop, but because the whole thing needs to be protected. Things are just, I'm going to stop. The second one is prevent further damage to cultural resources through site management. And then the other thing that was achieved is in the appendix, there is an archaeological monitoring, and there's very clear processes that are outlined. And so within that document, that's one outcome of those meetings is that. And what that does, and that's as part of the more, is it starts the conversation with those tribal representatives and groups to be proactive with the master plan, so that you can have discussions in anticipation of certain restoration activities and know what the protocol is around there, rather than being reactive as a city when something's found, to react and ask people to come. So it's building a relationship with the tribes, and that's initiated through the master plan update. Is that all three? Did I answer it fully?
Well, I guess I don't know, because I don't know what other, feedback and recommendations there were. And I think it's helpful because we have so many members of the public. My understanding, because I've expressed frustration too, saying like, I want to know more. We're asked to make decisions here that potentially impact these resources, but we don't have all of the information about the resources. But we can't have the information about the resources because they're sacred and protected, right? And so
Correct.
I think it's important for us to be aware of that challenging conflict. What I understand as I was, as I was reading the draft, there's a lot of discussion about, for example, areas where we may need to restrict use of user-defined trails, right? Trails that were never meant to be trails because they're trampling biological resources. Is it appropriate to assume that they're also impacting cultural resources? And are we not explicit about that? Is that an oversight, or are we not explicit about that because we can't know where those cultural resources are? Or is it because the whole site is considered protected, or all of the above? You see where we're challenged with this desire to, and need, obligation, but also I believe desire to balance all of these uses. But it's difficult to balance those uses when we don't fully know the extent of the constraints.
Yeah, we're legally restricted from disclosing quite a bit of information.
Yeah, I'm not asking for
and that's
disclosure.
Yeah.
I guess I'm asking how to understand where cultural resources are impacted in the plan, and then specifically, maybe I'll ask a more specific question. So I'm assuming the recommendations in the plan right now do not conflict with cultural resources or the tribal advisory group recommendations.
That's correct.
If we make recommendations different than what's in the plan right now, how will we know if those recommendations conflict with cultural resources?
I think we'd have to take them one by one and understand what those differences are. I don't know.
Okay.
I can just add that if whatever they are, if there is any plan that moves forward, CEQA review will be required. All of the tribes will be authorized and notified and be able to weigh in. And before any final plan is adopted, they'll have the same opportunity.
Okay. So a lot of the discussion on this to date has been, again, about obligations because of the endangered, threatened, rare, sensitive biological resources. Are there similar obligatory protections for tribal cultural resources? Okay. Can you describe, who is ever expert in this, describe that process if there is a impact on cultural resources? What happens?
If there's an expected potential impact to a significant tribal cultural resource, we would be expected to implement mitigation measures. We would have to consult with the tribes as part of CEQA. We would have to do all those activities that we did for this project, for the master plan. It would be a similar exercise for a specific project. If there is anticipated that, if the archaeologist or other expert advises us that they do expect an impact, then we would have to go through that process.
And if I could just add, from an environmental standpoint, thank you, Council Member and Kelly, we would have to prepare an environmental impact report that would have to analyze and disclose the impacts, but also identify how the impacts could be reduced. And then the council would have to make a statement of overriding considerations that the environmental impacts or that the benefits of the project outweigh the environmental impacts of the project.
Moving back to the biological resource side of things, I think it was the Land IQ team mentioned, we've done these surveys, we know these species exist on the site. You said once we know they occur, we have obligations. I don't fully understand, I don't have a clear picture, and I've wanted this as well, is sort of what, not just what does it mean, but what is the process in terms of those obligations? There can be, you know, stop activity that we know, or that the agencies say is a take. That's a language, okay. If we want to continue that activity, what would be the process of making sure that we're continuing that activity? I read and got lost in legal language about permitting process. So I'm looking at you because you're nodding. It sounds like you're the most experienced in this area. What is the process of meeting those regulatory resource protection obligations if we want to pursue an activity?
The city would want to consult with the resource agencies, and the CDFW letter sort of outlines their position on the potential for take and impact to species that they're responsible for protecting. And so that could lead down different avenues. One could be an incidental take permit, which would allow the city to continue an activity and allow for take, and it would included in that permit would be mitigation and minimization measures that you would take. So that could include monitoring, it could include the timing of activity, it could include modifications to vegetation clearing practices, or they could not agree with it at all and say there's too much of a risk of impact. But that's something that the city should do in consultation with the resource agencies and get the appropriate permits and resource management plans that they recommend. Right now, you don't have any, so you're at risk because you don't have coverage for take.
Got it. So we either sort of end a practice that puts us at risk. We need to work with the resource agencies to get that incidental take permit, get their guidance or requirements on what is required for appropriate mitigation, or what if we say, come at us? What happens there? I'm sure cities have done it before.
I can't really comment on that, but the city attorney did mention it has to do with their willingness to take action. And my opinion is that the state at this time would be more willing to take action than the feds.
I agree with that. I think the question is, you know, it's a question of resources, willingness, the egregiousness of the activity that they're concerned about. It may have very much to do with how they feel about the jurisdiction. It's very difficult to predict. And, you know, a minor take versus a significant take, obviously, the DG trail that led to mitigation being required, that was a major issue for them. A bird strike from a glider or something, who knows? I don't know how they would consider that.
Okay, and that there's multiple agencies that might take that action.
Yes.
You said Fed, okay, state. Yeah, I feel like, I think I remember listing like 14 different agencies that have some resource insights here. Okay, some simpler, straightforward questions. On the trail plan, my understanding from reading the trail plan is that the proposed trail plan is basically maintaining all of the authorized trails, sort of revegetating unauthorized trails where there are habitat impacts. Is there any, is that the correct understanding? that any trails that you would, that are proposed for revegetation is because there is like a protected habitat or cultural resource to
Yes,
impact?
that's accurate.
Okay, okay. And 6.5 miles of trails was listed there, okay, to keep, to maintain, I guess. There's recommendations for benches. Does the plan include recommendations on where those should go? Again, I'm thinking about like who picks that given all of these different potential constraints? Or could it?
It does not spell out exactly where benches would need to be, but those could be
Recommended locations. is what
recommended
I'm asking for,
locations.
yeah.
Those are not currently identified. Some locations, as future projects are implemented, and as there's locations that are recognized to be an important place to stop and provide a rest area, a lookout area. Those are things that we would take into consideration, but it doesn't spell out the plan in that granular level of detail at the moment.
Okay.
If I just may add to that, I mean, we do want to avoid like culturally sensitive areas for, donation benches and different things like that where that may not be appropriate. So that would be taken into consideration.
Yeah, and you have the information to know where those could and couldn't go?
We do.
Okay. There was a lot of questions that came up about what are the impacts to concerts in the park. This was asked a little bit earlier. My reading of the plan was also that we have this sort of existing landscape site for picnicking, gathering, all those kinds of things. There's no recommendation that that kind of activity would be curbed, is my reading of the plan.
No.
Okay. Same thing, dog walking, there was concerns that would be curbed. Our current rules are dogs on leash, everyone on trail.
And that would apply.
That would be maintained. There's no curbing, recommendation to curb any of that activity further.
No.
Okay. Okay, I think those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask my questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief for everyone's sake. I know it's a long night and longer for me if I'm 2 hours ahead. So I'll ask my 3 questions very concisely. The first 2 are for staff. How much money and time have we spent on studying the fly field and HSS throughout this entire process?
I think it's hard to put an exact number on that. I mean, we do invest quite a bit of staff time for each fly day where we would have to have somebody monitoring the flying activity, and that would be obviously twice a month for 6 hours. We have spent a lot of time working with HSS and trying to, better understand their point of view. So that would have to be incorporated in that. I mean, it's just kind of really difficult to come up with a pretty solid number.
Can you try for me, just to humor me? Like, how much time do you think we spent on HSS's portion of the Fairview Master Plan?
Oh, gosh. I mean, it depends how far back we go. If we go back to when the agreement was signed a couple of years ago, I would maybe estimate. Yeah, I would say maybe 200 hours.
Okay, and is there like a dollar amount for consultants? Like how much effort this one part of that master plan has taken them?
Couldn't you repeat that question one more time?
Like, is there like a? I mean, I'm trying to quantify because I feel like whenever we talk about the Fairview Master Plan, it always goes back to the fly field, and I'm genuinely curious because for the first time in a long time, I've heard a lot of good questions about different variety of topics that never get discussed during this conversation. So I'm just genuinely curious from staff time, how much time have we devoted to specifically the fly field, and how much, because it just seems like it's a disproportionate amount of time and effort that this one group takes for this entire master plan.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely spent quite a bit of time in regards to, working with HSS and their flying program. I personally have probably spent close to, I'm going to guess, probably 80 hours just between going to the fly field and having discussions and different meetings over the last, couple of years. But I would, if I had to throw a number at it, I would probably say 150 to 200,000.
Okay, thank you. And then follow up on that one. I know, I think it was Mr. Garcia who mentioned that we didn't get about permits was last year, but like, do we have a sense of how many Cochise residents are using the fly field?
In 2024, we had about 15 permitted flyers. And out of those, I believe there was about 5 that were residents.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, just 'cause I know it's late, I want to hear public comment. This is really for the consultants. Was there anything in the master plan recommendation you're giving City of Costa Mesa that you feel like doesn't accurately reflect your recommendations? And if so, what would you recommend us that you weren't able to include in the staff recommendation?
Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Yeah, so for the consultants, is there anything in this master plan that does not accurately reflect your recommendations to City of Costa Mesa?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
All right, I have a few questions. I'll try to keep it short. So I just want to understand a couple things about the process. So this document, our attachment 2, the draft master plan, okay? And then I've got that one, and then I've got the one here, the big 2008 plan. And so the 2008 plan, it's interesting because it says it was established in March, revised in February 2002, November 2002. It was also revised and updated in November of 2028. I'm kind of confused about what we're doing here. So is this thing here, the master plan update, is that going to be the new master plan? Like, let's say we just said we agree with everything and we want to put it in place. Is that going to be the new master plan? Or are we going to take something from this to use it to make interlineations, red lines? Because if I even look at that 2008 plan and there's stuff that's striked out, what is as just a matter of document creation, is this what we would call in the law biz an amended and restated plan? Or are we going to take the 2008 plan and redline it? What are we planning to do?
So the update would actually replace the 2008 plan.
Okay, so thank you. You answered my question. So we would say this plan here, this 200 and whatever that was in place and was defined as the Fairview Park Master Plan in AA, that would be the old plan, and the new operative plan would be our Exhibit 2. Okay, right? Okay, got it. I understand that. So there's this, we've received, while we've been up here at my request, 3 documents. One document is something that I asked for because it was referred to in the HSS report, and that's the July 22nd, 2014 letter from United States Department of Interior, Fish and Wildlife. Is anyone on staff or the consultants familiar with this letter? Okay, and an assertion was made by Matt Garcia that there's no statement in here about removing the fly field. And I read the letter and I agree with that assertion. Is there anything in this letter that I missed? So there's nothing in this letter that talks about preserving the vernal pools that says we should remove the fly field. Correct?
What letter is that, Tom?
It's the one we just received at my request, July 21st,
I
Sorry,
think
July 24th, 2014, am I right?
the context is important. I believe this was in response to the violations by the city, and they were primarily focused on the impacts to the vernal pool features 5, 6, and 7.
Right, but I appreciate the context, but the answer is there's nothing in here that says remove the fly field, right? I mean, he
I'd
made
have
that point, I just want to make
I'd
sure
have to
we're all.
review it again, but I'll take your word for it, but that wasn't the focus of this enforcement action.
Okay. And you know that by reading this letter?
Yeah, that's my memory from reviewing it a couple of years ago.
Okay. Okay, a couple years ago, okay, got it.
I prepared my report in 2023.
Right.
Thank you.
And then we received at my request two letters, one from September 25th, 2025, and the other is November 13th, 2025, from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And this most recent one, I believe I've seen the September one. This most recent one was just on Thursday of last week. How come it wasn't presented to us before tonight?
This, the letter received November 2025. This was their comments in response to the master plan draft.
Right, I know, but how come we didn't get it?
No, it was provided,
Oh, was?
yeah.
When?
When? I don't remember getting it.
It's not in our agenda packet.
It's not in the agenda packet, and I don't remember getting an email with it. Okay. And, let's see.
Does the public have access to this?
Yes,
letter?
it was provided, it's posted on the website, it was provided to the public, it's posted under public comments. And then also, we just made copies of these, and it's provided in the back for the public also.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for answering the question. There's a lot of documents flying around. I can't deny that I got it somehow. Yeah, that's fine. I've got some more questions. Some people want to read the letter. I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to resume my questions, and then we'll go to the public comment. We'll take let's get back at 9:15. Okay, we're back on the record. I just have two more questions, maybe, you know, with reasonable follow-up. So, before the pandemic, the fly field had 7 days a week, dawn to dusk flying of gliders and remote control planes, correct?
Yes, that is our understanding, yes.
Okay. And then afterwards, when we opened it up, we limited it to the gliders, as we've already talked about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so this may be for the city attorney. To your knowledge, have we ever been sued by the Department of the Interior, the Fish and Wildlife, or the Department of Fish and Wildlife at the state level for any of the fly field activities?
No, sir.
Okay. Have we ever received a demand letter from either of those agencies regarding the activities at the fly field?
No, I would say that the September 25th and November 13th letters are the closest, and they're clearly advocating for a move of the flying field, but they do not constitute threats to sue us.
They're not demand letters, correct?
No, sir.
In other words, are they demand letters?
No, sir. They're comment letters on the master plan update.
Got it. Okay, and then the word take has been used a few times in the presentations, and I'm reading, it's defined also in the master plan, but I'm reading this definition. I think it's consistent from the Fish and Wildlife letter of July 24th, 2014. It says take is defined as to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, trap, capture, collect, or attempt to engage in any of that conduct. To anybody's knowledge, has HSS done any of those things on the fly field?
Not to our knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Let's open it up to the public. Let's have the families with young kids. I think in the interest of time, I think it's a school night. Let's have the young kids go first. The young children, I should say.
Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Vita Underwood, and I live in Westside Costa Mesa. So naturally, I go to Fairview Park for concerts in the park with my friends, which I really enjoy. If the park was changed into a nature reserve, then I wouldn't be able to go to the concerts in the park anymore, which I've been doing since I was a baby. But not only would I be devastated if I couldn't go to the concerts in the parks, but also if the other activities I enjoy, like flying control planes with my dad and riding bikes there with my friends, would be like taken away. I would really enjoy it if I could still do these activities I've been doing for years. I would also like to say that I think the wildlife at the park is thriving, so it's not needed to change the park in such drastic measures. Thank you for listening to my thoughts.
Hello, I'm Annie Erickson, and I've lived in Costa Mesa my whole life. One thing I love about this city is our Fairview Park, and I love Fairview Park just the way it is. It's so fun to ride your bike with your friends to explore the park. What I also enjoy about the park is the gliders. There is a kind, experienced group of people who take their time to share the joy of gliders. I learned how to fly these gliders and how to fly them safely. Never have the animals or plants in Fairview been harmed due to the gliders. So all in all, these gliders are awesome and deserve to stay in our Fairview Park. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Vozelik, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident. I spoke at the PAX meeting in October, and I remember a speaker came up after me and decided my parents must be bad parents because they aren't driving me 22 miles down the freeway to the nearest fly field. First off, I want everyone to know my parents are great. Second, I think they totally missed the point. I love riding my bike to Fairview Park and HSS, picking up my friends along the way. All of us love HSS and Fairview Park and think it would be a shame if HSS was moved and parts of the park were fenced off. Just recently, HSS was awarded a UAS for STEM grant to create a design, build, and fly team to compete in the international competition. Without HSS, I would have never gotten this opportunity. I urge you to deny the master plan. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Billy. Wait, does this thing work? Hi, my name is Billy Erickson. I've been going to Fairview Park my whole life. I love Fairview Park, and I hope you do too. But like many others, I like it the way it is. I've grown up around this park, and I've made memories in this park. I love Costa Mesa. If I was not able to ride my bike in Fairview, I would feel like someone had moved away and left me all alone. I ride my bike to Harbor Soaring Society almost every other Saturday. I love HSS not just to fly gliders, but to get out of the house and go explore nature on the weekend. I meet friends there and ride bikes on the mounds of dirt at Fairview. The gliders that fly almost every other Saturday at Fairview are soundless. Never can I remember that a glider has either crashed in the vernal pool or the bluff. All the experienced flyers at HSS know exactly what they're doing and what to do. If by chance one of the flyers in training does seem to be going to crash in one of those two areas, the trainer will immediately take over and do the best they can to get them out of those areas. Many of the people flying these planes are experienced and know what they're doing, but the other percentage is young people or people that have never flown a plane before. These planes are a community in Costa Mesa full of old and new faces. The planes that fly over a designated landing strip that is dirt. I personally believe that Fairview Park does not need to be saved from people, but for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here. Yes.
City Council, my name is Josh Gessman. I'm president of Orange County Model Engineers. First of all, I appreciate all of you for being here and taking these questions and the comments. I think Fairview Park is an amazing place to be. On behalf of our 318 members, 65 of which are Costa Mesa residents, would like to say that we approve of the master plan and we hope that you move forward with it. Specifically in parts where we think we can help out, we're here to cooperate with the city as we've always done, whether that's moving a fly field over to the east side, whether that's operating a docent program as was suggested inside the master plan to educate people about Fairview Park. Most of our members already do that during their trips. I didn't have all 318 members speak. There will only be one more of us, so we obviously appreciate all your time, but please approve Fairview Park master plan. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm Kari Neblis-Vozenik, a resident of Costa Mesa. We live on the west side. And my comment is that I oppose the draft master plan because of the changes it makes to reduce or change or eliminate the active uses in the park. I want the City Council to consider the importance of opportunity for active recreation as it's been currently going on in that side of Costa Mesa. I think it's important that residents in that area have the opportunity to continue to do the recreation that they've been doing. And to the extent that the city is considering changing those uses, please make it clearer, because I think that the draft master plan doesn't make as clear in the highlights as it does in the details about the changes that it could do to reduce active use. So I oppose the plan for that reason. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi. I'm Jennifer Thomas, a resident, and I'm also a member of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I'm here tonight to show my support for the master plan. The plan is excellent and will propel Fairview Park into the future with a clear vision and a plan for sustaining the park's unique features. We're truly blessed to have this incredible open space in our city with vernal pool features that are found nowhere else in Orange County. The master plan calls for changes that a small but coordinated and vocal group is decidedly against. The master plan puts us on a path to create a true nature park that can be enjoyed by everyone and encourages activities that are not harmful to the environment, the wildlife, or fellow park goers, and respects the many Native Californians who are a permanent part of the park. Removal of the fill material is one of my top priorities on the committee. It's harmful to the environment. It's an insult to the Native Californians who are buried on the bluff. The fill material is part of the park's past as a non-sanctioned dump. Using unwanted construction and demolition material as a cap for the native grounds is just as disrespectful now as it was 35 years ago. We must work to make this right. Removing the fill material will also remove unauthorized hill features currently used by bike riders as jumps. Some of the riders are young, and it's admittedly very cute, but not all of them are that young. The teenagers can be very disrespectful to people who want to walk in the park and just use the park. I support the fly field being moved to the east side of the park. It does not need to be on the bluff side. The bluff side should be kept as a reserve or preserved area anywhere west of the manicured lawn. The fly field use has altered the landscape from years. Just looking at Google Maps, you can pinpoint the areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Hello, my name is Sergio Tales. I'm here representing the Coastal Corridor Alliance, and we're really grateful for the partnership we developed with the city over the past few years. We submitted a letter stating our position. In short, CCA supports the adoption of Fairview Park Master Plan update. We also believe that the document should reflect the recommendations the Park Community Services Commission and the Fairview Park Steering Committee, which we noticed were omitted from the draft plan and the staff report. CCA also believes the city should incorporate the requirements and recommendations of the state and federal resource protection agencies and the city hired biological and archaeological consultants. These parties all agreed the impactful human activities that threatens the federally protected vernal pool watershed, wildlife, and habitat at Fairview Park must stop. Over the last several months, a lot of anonymous misleading information has been distributed among the public, whether it's an email or flyers, and it looks something like this. It has a lot of information that is totally and 100% false information. And so one of the main falsehoods is that the new master plan updates significant changes to the character and rules on Fairview Park. In reality, the master plan is just an update of an old versions of the master plan. It commissions by the city and modernized by ecological science and restoration goals set by previous plans. There is no major changes in the update. In fact, all 6.5 miles of existing authorized trails will stay, with some new ones proposed. No existing official trail will be shut down. The concerns in the park are not even addressed in the master plan. Dog walking, bike riding, which follows the 16 park rules, will remain. The model train tracks and operation stays as well. The only existing activities that are going to change in the master plan is the relocation of the Harbor Soaring Society flying field. It increases, and the increase of enforcement of illegal trails that cut through habitat. These activities are highly destructive to the wildlife and their habitat. They have not been coexisting in balance with these high-impacted human activities. We all have a lot of data now to show that Fairview Park is a resort after decades of destructive activities. So we've done a lot of removing invasive plants, replacing those with native plants, and we've witnessed the returning of the California gnatcatcher to the area, which is an endangered species that hasn't been spotted there before. So that's a great thing. And we hold a lot of 6 educational events at Fairview Park each month to teach the public about our local ecosystem and to learn how to restore the ecosystems. We contribute to the park restoration. In particular, it's like I said, it's been very inspiring how a lot of the endangered species have come back, and a lot of the wildlife has come back after some of the restoration that has been done there.
Sorry, your time's up. Go ahead, Hank.
Hi, good evening. My name is Hank Castagnetti. I'm with the Orange County Model Engineers. I, as well as the Orange County Model Engineers, fully support adoption of the master plan update as submitted. It was developed scientifically by experts in the field of park restoration and preservation through on-the-ground research and observation. The public has had enormous input into this effort and driven most of the consultants' suggestions and recommendations. the city has invested a substantial amount of energy and money in the best consultants, the consultant firm in the country, to obtain the most reliable results possible. The consultants have spoken, the residents have spoken, the nonprofit partners have spoken, and now it's time for the City Council to embrace the advice of the experts you have hired and approve the master plan update. Thank you.
Yes.
Miyuyam notang moila peshwa, nun achme nigawish chaonam noneskium. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Shannon Wingfield, and I serve as the Tribal Secretary for the One Annual Band of Mission Indians, Ahachime Nation, the original stewards of this land for thousands of years, and also as a candidate for California State Assembly District 68. Fairview Park lies deep within our ancestral territory, and it holds ancient villages, ceremonial sites, burial grounds, and rare vernal pools that sustained our people for countless species long before Costa Mesa existed. And tonight, you consider the updated Fairview Park Master Plan, and we strongly support a science-based recommendation to restore the native habitat, protect sensitive resources, and prioritize passive recreation, as outlined in the consultant's matrix and strengthened by the steering committee, including recommendation 6, to relocate the model airplane fly field out of the vernal pool watershed due to its documented harm in endangered species and sensitive biology. Recommendation 18 calls for continuing opportunities for tribal coordination and participation. Words that sound good on paper, but where was the invitation? Consultants have referenced meetings with tribal advisory groups, yet the One Annual Band of Mission Indians, the Ahachime Nation, the historic tribe of this territory established with government-to-government relationships across Orange County, was never contacted, never alerted, and never brought to the table that we built. This is not meaningful consultation under AB 52 or basic respect. It's exclusion from our own homeland's future. Nearby, the Frank and Joan Randall Preserve demonstrates what true partnership looks like: a formal tribal advisory committee with the Ahachime and Tongva nations, guiding access, protecting sacred sites, and allowing traditional practices alongside sensitive public use. Fairview Park, with its registered archaeological sites and living culture landscapes, deserve nothing less. We cherish recreation and understand people's cherished pastimes, yet minimally invasive activities like controlled planes have real impacts: trampling to retrieve downed aircraft, mowing barren zones, and endangering fairy shrimp, habitat disturbing nesting birds over areas that function as open-air cemeteries and sacred spaces. No one would accept flying toy planes or riding their bikes over and through a church sanctuary or marked graveyard. That's exactly what is happening atop our ancestors' resting places and the last vernal pools in the region. This is a reminder that not every corner of this sacred landscape needs to become an urban playground. We maintain thoughtful public access on designated trails while closing sensitive areas or trampling unauthorized paths or incompatible uses that damage the pools, archaeological sites, wildlife, and cultural integrity. Balance is possible, and it's our shared responsibility. Transparency builds trust. As Ahachime people, we speak for the land that cannot speak for itself. Approve a plan that mandates genuine tribal consultation, protects our shared cultural and natural heritage, and keeps Fairview Park a place for healing for the generations to come. Thank you. Ompaluf.
Good evening. My name is Scott Thomas. I'm representing the Sea and Stage Audubon Society. We're a local chapter of the National Audubon Society with about 3,500 members in Orange County, many in Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, and Newport Beach. We also have another 3,000 supporters of the chapter. We've been involved with this process since 2019 when we were invited by the city to give our expert opinion they considered on birds, and primarily with disruption from the HSS flying operation. We provided our basic information, what we knew about the park at that time, anecdotal and non-structured surveys of birds, and said it was a pretty special place. They asked us to do something to bolster that opinion and make it more official. So we started a volunteer bird survey program in partnership with the city, and we are listed under a city letter of understanding that we're a partner with the city to provide information. We continued with the process. Shortly after the pandemic, it was made aware that we might be viewed as having somewhat of an innate bias because we're experts. I happen to work in this field of birds and disturbance. I'm a wildlife consultant, have a lot of expertise with birds, with raptors in specific, and with fairy shrimp. But that we're not only experts on the birds, but we also share, it's a hobby for us to do it. So they asked us to kind of step back a little bit. Just do the surveys and then engage with some public activities too. So we started doing field trips at the park for the public. We switched from our organization doing it straight out to we partnered with coastal corridor agencies, and I still to this day, once every other month, lead the nature walks at the park for coastal corridors in a partnership with Sea and Stage Audubon Society. And we continue those surveys, and we provide a quarterly report to the park, which goes to you too. They're supposed to go to the council, as far as I know you guys receive it, about what our findings with birds. And our opinion has remained the same. It's an extremely special place. It is difficult to quantify it from the past. I just finished, I know my time's up. Please adopt the, oh, okay, I'm sorry. It is difficult to quantify some of the questions without putting life in a test tube, which you can't do. You have to rely on expert advice. That's what, in this field, that's what happens. You have to go to experts, get advice based on standards, past experience. We have 190 to 220 species of birds. We couldn't do an independent study on all those birds. Some of them are sensitive species. We don't we don't chase the sensitive species in our surveys. We stay on the trails. There's species we don't even get very close to. But the point was to rely on the experts, and you hired Hamilton Biological. They came back with an opinion. They had no input from us. We had no contact with them. We know them. Rightfully so. It would be inappropriate for them to contact us, just like it was inappropriate for them to contact HSS. They have a client. They're supposed to deal with that client and remain unbiased, and they did.
That's it. Thanks.
Hi. I have a short slide presentation that was emailed.
Let's hold the time. Let's put that up.
Yeah. Oh. Sure. How did I do this? Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jim Erickson. I'm a lifelong resident. I've also served on the Active Transportation Committee as well as the Parks Commission over the last decade or so. I thought it would be pertinent to go back to kind of how this all started for a lot of people in the community when we decided we didn't want ball fields at Fairview Park, and so we enacted by a large majority Measure AA. Some of the beauty in this document is how concise and specific it was. For most of us, we could see right away what we loved about Fairview Park, that it is, quote, from the document, a passive use park developed to promote activities such as walking, hiking, jogging, running, bicycling, glider flying, kite flying, dog walking, picnicking, and small group physical activities. There's also language in the Act that helps us understand what a significant change is and when all of that would go to the vote of the people if anything were ever to kind of come up. Let's fast forward a little bit. In 2025, staff came to us with recommendations on modifications. They changed passive use just a little bit. When we read carefully, there's no mention of cycling, and it's so strange. And when we look at the map on page 75 of the document you have, all of the dirt trails, of which Fairview Park is mainly dirt trails, are off limits per recommendation of staff and the consultant to bicycles. We don't understand where the public outcry was that led to that. We don't understand where the public feedback session was that led to that. We don't understand where the vote was that went to that. It just seems to have been slipped in. Look carefully at the map. All dirt trails are off limits to bikes. It goes a little bit further in the next page. The Blufftop Trail is primary pedestrian trail, does not accommodate bicycle traffic. I would disagree. Many in the community would as well. We've been biking there with our families for generations. The multipurpose trails focus on connecting bicycle circulation through the park. Now that's the paved trails, and it comes in pretty clear here. Bicycle traffic, as recommended, should be limited to asphalt or concrete surfaces only to protect damage and degradation of the trails. I would submit that last week's rain did more to these trails than my bicycle tires have done in my lifetime, okay, in terms of ruts, erosion, and so on. And that's the nature of the trails that we use and we respect and we care about. And finally, I would leave you with the Active Transportation Plan. On the cover page, there's a family riding their bicycles on an approved dirt trail along the western bluff in Fairview Park. Happens to be my family. That little kid was 3. Our daughter was almost 5, and my wife will remain ageless. But we submitted this picture to the city because we believe this is what the city valued. We really thought that the city wanted people to get off their couches and recreate in the park and learn how to ride bicycles away from cars and concrete and have a little elbow room to wobble around a little bit and pick up a love of nature via activity. And I would submit that if you're going to change that tonight, just give me that picture back. I don't think it belongs on this cover page. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
Council members, my name is Bridget Duffin. I'm a 38-year resident of Costa Mesa. For the plants and animals of Fairview Park, this isn't a park, it's home. Decades of human expansion have reduced functional habitat in our region, creating a genuine housing crisis for thousands of species. I stand with the Coastal Corridor Alliance on this crucial point. A balance between human activity and the natural world has long been lost in our region. Fairview Park offers the last available small area for these plants and animals in Costa Mesa. When habitat areas become inhospitable due to habitat loss or disruption, the less adaptable species will face a direct demise. More adaptable species will try to go somewhere else. All other suitable habitat areas have a carrying capacity for each species and are already occupied by other individuals and can't support greater density. So the same number that were evicted will die due to a lack of available resources. The other option for highly adaptable and opportunistic species like coyotes, raccoons, and possums is to move into urban areas, which causes issues for us residents. The solution is clear. We must prioritize native habitat restoration and enhancement at Fairview Park. By allowing only compatible human recreation while strictly limiting the direct, indirect, and cumulative human use impacts, we ensure wildlife can thrive and prevent unwanted, dangerous animal interactions in our residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Jacob Underwood. I've lived in Costa Mesa since '94. I'm a member of HSS, and I've heard a lot of the reports, and I've gone to some of the park committee meetings, and I feel like the science that's been presented is not a complete picture, because I don't feel like people have observed the gliders flying, and to see the actual impacts. They've had observers that retrieve our aircraft, but we do not trample all over the space. Most of the bare dirt is next to an area where bicycles constantly go through. Like if you look at the area that we utilize often, there's actually ground cover growing from the lack of we're not crushing all the plants. It has time to recover because we're there 12 hours a month. I love nature. I love ecology. I believe in protecting and preserving that. It's important. But I also feel that as far as activities go, if you actually observe people flying gliders, they're completely silent. They fly on the wind. I mean, if it goes down, it weighs like ounces. So it doesn't cause a lot of damage. If there's any birds in the area while we're flying, we avoid them. And out of all the time I've seen a few crows kind of come over and check them out. We avoid them. We go away from them. And I just feel like I heard a lot about take. I'm a fisherman, a spear fisherman, so I know what that means. We do not, we strive to protect the area, to maintain it, to be environmental stewards of our little space so we can still utilize it. We're not out there stomping and smashing and digging up owls, which if you hear some people, they paint us as something like that. It also, our club provides a unique opportunity for young people and old people, multi-generation, to get together and to share ideas, just interacting, which is super valuable for both groups of people. It's also providing these kids like a chance to learn about science, aeronautics, and nature. They learn about the birds, they learn about the plants. I take my daughter all over Orange County and she knows the name of tons of native species, including black phoebes that fly and catch gnats in our backyard. We love birds, we love nature. We're not, we're trying to live and coexist and provide, like, maintain our use and still.
Okay, that's it. Yes, Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dr. Kellyanne Brown. I'm here as a Costa Mesa resident. I'm also chair of the Parks and Community Services Commission. And I'm actually here to plea for fiscal responsibility. And that's the reason I would like you to support the adoption of the master plan and why you should move the flying field. But before I talk about fiscal responsibility tonight, I actually just want to make a process point. I've been really glad with how Costa Mesa runs government here in that you have citizen-led government bodies like the Fairview Park Steering Committee, like the Parks and Community Services Commission. I think that's a really special thing about Costa Mesa. And what you've done is you've put us as your representatives in a position to read and analyze and invite public comment so that we can make the best recommendations to you all. And what you have from Fairview Park Master Plan, or Fairview Park Steering Committee, and what you have from the PACS Commission, both of our bodies have said that we support the adoption of the master plan. Both of the bodies have supported moving the flying field. So I just want to note that on a process point, that you have those bodies, and it's not that I think my opinion is any better than anyone else's opinion, but you've appointed us to try to represent, and that's what we're trying to do. But I just want to talk about fiscal responsibility because I actually think you could put the environmental concerns totally aside. You could put the ethical concerns totally aside. And just in terms of fiscal responsibility, I really hope that you ask some hard questions about what this is going to cost us, what keeping the flying fields at Fairview Park actually costs us. So we might not want to believe what those letters from the state and the feds are telling us, and we could roll the dice, and hopefully we don't hear from them. Hopefully we're not in trouble. But I actually think as a government body, you should prepare for the city for what happens if they do come knocking. So I'm curious, for example, what do permits cost? Is it on an annual basis? How many years are we willing to commit to that permit costs? I'm interested in knowing, what do mitigation measures cost? What is involved in mitigation? How can we put a dollar figure on that? I'm interested in what the annual operating cost would be to do the reporting that's required. That's something else that you have before you, and we don't know what that actually costs. What happens if we apply for permits? We're willing to spend the $100,000 a year to apply for those permits. What happens if we don't get it? Are there fines associated? I would just plead with you that as you're thinking about the right decision for Costa Mesa, that you're asking questions around fiscal responsibility and fiscal accountability. I think, frankly, in all times, people should be asking those questions, right? What's it gonna cost, and do we want to support that? It doesn't feel like we're in good times, and I'm curious about where we're.
You have the floor.
Good evening, City of Costa Mesa. I'm a Costa Mesa resident who lives with my grandparents in Mesa Verde. I'm also a sophomore at Estancia High School. Ever since I was 7 years old, I remember waking up every Friday morning excited to go fly airplanes with Henry Smith, sparking a new love for aviation and one of the reasons why I want to be an engineer. Learning the basics of pitch and yaw and the principles of flight. Lift, weight, thrust, and drag. Flying gliders have been one of my favorite hobby so far. Recently getting a 16-minute glider flight every Saturday when the field is not open. I wish how much that it's open. When it's open, I get to the field as fast as I can. One thing that stands out about HSS is the friendliness of the in my opinion, the Grand Master Plan will not work. Moving the field is no easy task. First, I can easily name 3 reasons why. Since we have a lot of seniors, the location makes it easy to get to the field. The field has 2 parking lots next to the field. Moving the field to the east side will not only be hard to get to, but there's not enough space to fly safely. So basically, it's not safe at the east side because we'll be launching into things.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Bill McCarty, Costa Mesa resident from District 1. So in the interest of brevity, I'm going to read this statement that sums up my feelings very well. I support the Fairview Park Master Plan update. Let's protect habitats, keep trails for passive recreation, and fund enforcement to stop illegal use. So let's preserve the unique and irreplaceable aspects of Fairview Park for future generations. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dan Vozenelik, and I actually had a presentation that you can bring up.
Okay.
There we go. Good evening. So I wanted to share.
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure your presentation is up.
It's nothing too special, but some background. There you go.
There we go.
I wanted to touch on, some of the community aspects of Fairview Park. You've heard from a number of Costa Mesa residents, children, all members of HSS, by the way, and have been for years, that enjoy coming here, when we can fly, not as often as we'd like, but they come. It's a ritual. They bring their friends. We've had more and more children show up every month. More kids are coming out from Victoria and Tewinkle and Estancia High School to join. HSS is a big part of the community. We have members that devote time and have booths at Imaginology. They come to schools. They've even come to my daughter's Girl Scout meetings to present. And they do that all throughout the year. And they've been doing that, as a community member now for decades. I think it's important that we think about that. We just recently, I think my son mentioned earlier that we just received a grant from AMA, which will allow us to put together a design build team of kids so they can compete internationally, right? It's a STEM program. We've got some of the kids that spoke, from elementary all the way through high school. So hopefully we get to make a trip out to Wisconsin if we're successful and compete against the world. These things are important. So I wanted to make sure that those are highlighted. It's important to me. It's important to everybody that spoke. There's a lot of folks, the location of the fly field Caleb mentioned, there's a lot of reasons why where it is now works. You don't get a bunch of public interest if you're shoved into a corner, back by a golf course. You don't get people walking by. There's access issues, there's flight issues, there's thermal, there's all sorts of flight issues on top of that I can go on about. But it's that community aspect. If you're not sitting there on that, right next to that paved path, you don't get that community activity. The other thing I wanted to say too is I agree with Cole, right? A lot of time has been spent on this topic, and I don't understand why it has to have been this hard, right? So we have a consultant, we've got staff, we've tried to meet with staff, we've asked questions now for years. What is it specifically that our fly field is doing to the vernal pool, the watershed? What can we do to mitigate? What can we do to avoid that? The last meeting I had here at City Hall, I asked that specific question and I said, no, you can't, you have to move. There is no mitigation. We put a man on the moon, I'm assuming we can figure out ways to mitigate. I also want to note that the letter, the CDFW letter, is relying on information that staff provided that isn't accurate, all of it. Some of it is, right? But the recommendation, and it's not a decision, it's a recommendation, isn't based on evidence that's actually factual. They haven't visited our site. We're actually meeting with them, hopefully.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Kennedy, and I support the continued low-impact use of Fairview Park, but I believe its current name is misleading. I support the recommendations of the Master Plan consultants, the Fairview Park Steering Committee, the PACS Commission, and others to rename Fairview Park to align with its long-standing purpose. And then I had a lot of other things scripted, including calling it the Fairview Nature Park, Fairview Nature Preserve, my personal preference, Fairview Preserve, because I think that shows everyone that we are stewards of this area, and it's not just about us. So I will say this is my first city council meeting. I've been following city council agendas, all sorts of things for years. Actually, that started during the pandemic because I wanted to get more involved in my community because I was home all day instead of going to work. So I'm privileged to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to say all the staff, everyone who's worked on this, it is extremely impressive, the amount of work. I don't know how it could have been better. I will also say I'm concerned and pretty shocked that Mayor Stevens seems against this master plan and seems to have some sort of bias to HSS. I'm a really proud, very proud resident of Costa Mesa. I bring people in from different parts of the United States, different parts of California, and I show them Fairview Park, and I show them how proud I am of it and the conservation. And yes, people have asked me, why is there this flying field here? And I say, I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't be there, I'm not sure. I learned a lot more information today. I understand that people really care about their hobby and they really care about what they do. That's clear. I think we're also here because we care about the environment and we care about species that can't be here and do this like I can. I would suggest, I would love if the flying field were moved elsewhere to a completely different park. But these folks who care so much about it, why don't we throw them a bone? Why don't we ask what would be helpful and really great for your hobby and give them some money to do that? I think that's a great compromise. We save our environment, we're great stewards for the future, and these folks get something they want. I'd support that. Thank you.
Good evening. It's been a long night, and I just have to say that when you love something like Fairview Park, it is very hard. And everyone's here because they care about it, and they want the best for their city. They want the best for their own personal experiences, for their family. I think, for me, what I'm here to talk about is the trails. And I guess it's just become very unclear to me because, I mean, I've been in those trails my whole life. Our biology teacher would take us out on the trails, and now they're being called unauthorized trails. So I woke up the other day and went for my run, and it's fenced off all of a sudden. We saw the lines going around, and you know, I'm like, they're not going to put fencing in. They can't do that without authorization or the plan approval. And lo and behold, it's fenced. So when I go out into nature, I don't find fencing very inviting. I mean, I don't know why it's fenced. Has it been approved that it's, all of a sudden, we're fenced off from what I consider the actual trails. When you guys are talking about bragging about in all these miles of trails that are still going to be here with a new master plan, those to me are roads. The ones that go along the outside of Fairview Park are the ones where 8 people can walk. A trail to me is somewhere where you feel alone in nature, where you can commune with nature, where you're walking in a trail And those are the trails in the center of Fairview Park that are now fenced. So when I go and I bring people from out of town to the Fairview Park that I'm so proud of because it's so beautiful, and I see fencing, I think I'm somewhere else. I don't think I'm out in nature. It feels different. It feels changed. I am a strong believer in keeping nature pristine. We fought against the soccer fields to keep Fairview Park wild and beautiful and protected. But what we didn't imagine and is a fenced-in like museum. You know, we want to be a part of this. We want to be walking in it. This is good for our mental health. Nature is walking in nature, not around nature and the outside. I mean, I guess there's sauntering in nature and there's actively being in nature. I'm not talking about BMX biking or flying. I'm talking about actually just quietly walking in nature. And I'm just wondering why the fences are there. Will they come down if this isn't approved? That's my question. And I don't understand how the fences could have come up without voter approval. That should go to the vote of the public. Do you want the trails at Fairview Park fenced off from public access? And I know that 99% of the Costa Mesans would say no. They cherish that. They don't want to walk around with a big group of people in the outside. They want time alone in nature. And that's the only place you can get.
Thank
Hello, members of the council. My name is Ilea. I'm a third-generation resident of Costa Mesa and an avid enjoyer of Fairview Park. I've seen almost 30 years of this park's evolution and almost just as long of this exact conversation regarding the park's protections. I don't know about you all, but frankly, I'm exhausted. When the restoration efforts happened, where the fences and trails were first put in with the benches and the trash cans and the riparian zones were put in, I was about 10 years old, and in my mind, I thought they were destroying my park that I loved so dearly. But now, 20 years later, as a field botanist inspired by this land, I lead plant walks for the community, homeschool groups, Girl Scout troops, etc. I am so grateful that those efforts were for a greater good that my child mind couldn't conceive. I couldn't be more grateful for the work and care to support a habitat where threatened and endangered animals and plants get to thrive. This is a common restoration story. At first, maybe it's an unknown, we can't see the larger vision, but years down the line, we are so thankful that we took the steps to rewild and invest in the lives of an ecosystem that is constantly at risk. The beauty of science is that it is always improving upon itself. We didn't know then, but we do now. I see what damage that is done to our highly vulnerable and ecologically necessary plant and animal neighbors that we are so lucky are still there. This benefits us all for generations down the line. I'd also like to acknowledge what an amazing opportunity it is that these hobbyists like the bike riders and glider soarers have so much opportunity for new locations. That's really rad that so many places have open arms for them to be able to move. I'd also like to note that the damage due to unauthorized human use is obvious to anyone who regularly visits the park. I've seen the damage and disregard for the native plants and animals with my own eyes. The scarring of this land takes years to heal, not just something we could see in a brief 3 years of lowered HSS use, as that is not the only activity of concern. In regards to whether the native and plant animal life would be decimated through 60 years of HSS, I think that is a testament to their determination to survive, and we can thank whatever God you pray to that they're still there, however small their numbers. We here have a duty not just to our future generations, but also to this land, and I'd rather a story of our change than a story of their demise. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Koken. I'm a longtime resident of Costa Mesa, and I'm here to ask you to let science guide your decision for Fairview Park. In the last few decades, our scientific understanding of ecosystems, the needs of species, and habitat requirements has matured significantly. The city's own funded studies from MIG and Land IQ for this master plan update confirm this evolution in understanding. As the poet Maya Angelou said, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. We now know better. For example, we now understand that each vernal pool is a piece of a larger, legally protected watershed. We have data showing increased bird nesting and foraging, and we learn more each year about how sensitive this wildlife is to human presence. This is not just community opinion, it's a scientific baseline that we paid for. To fail to act on this new data would be a failure of stewardship. We must evolve our policies based on this clear new science. I join with the Coastal Corridor Alliance in recommending that you implement greater protections and reduce impacts across the park so that our rare species have the space and peace not just to survive, but to thrive as functional populations. Please use the science to guide the policy for this master plan update. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily, and I support the updated master plan. I was born and raised here in Costa Mesa. I'm a resident of Mesa Verde, and my house kind of literally backs up to Fairview Park. So I've grown up here. The neighborhood kids, like, we have our own names for, different parts of the park. I love this park, and I've seen it change. I remember when I was able to go anywhere. It was like the Wild West of the days where I was climbing in through all these things, going through stinging nettle and whatever. And just like Xylia said, I was kind of heartbroken when they blocked off paths, and I was like, what kind of crap is this? But as actually an adult with knowing why we've done this, I appreciate it so much more, because nothing makes my heart sing more than seeing the restoration of our coastal sagebrush now. Those fences give me joy because I know that they're part of a temporary restoration project. They will be taken down. And that this park that I've loved is gonna get better. I've seen how we've introduced new native plants. There used to be bamboo in this park, and bamboo doesn't belong in California with how much water it takes. And we're in a desert zone, and so things are going to change, and change is tough, and I get that. But again, it's so rad that we have this opportunity, that we have people who are opening their doors for these different activities to continue. These activities aren't going to stop here. So I would encourage everybody to see this as an opportunity for the betterment of Costa Mesa, not just for me. I'm thinking about generations to come. And I'm just so, this is the thing I'm most proud of being here in Costa Mesa. And I would like it to continue to be the thing that I'm most proud of. And when I tell people, what's so cool about my park, about my city? We have this awesome park that, protects species and is a beacon for our wildlife in this stressed world where we are decimating our nature at an alarming rate. So I would really, really hope that you guys, as my representative, as my voice, use this as an opportunity to continue the fight and restore our park. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Connie Chang, and I'm a lifelong resident of Huntington Beach. But I wish I was from Costa Mesa because of the park. My family has a long history at Fairview Park, and I am also a California licensed landscape architect. My primary role as a landscape architect is to understand the character and capacity of a place, to connect people to the built environment in ways that are safe, sustainable, and appropriate. Much of my work is in the public sector, coordinating recreation in urban areas. Each activity, from outdoor concerts and skating rinks, require careful review to ensure that the use and occupancy fit the site. The definition of park is broad. There are around 50 different categories of parks, open space, recreation, and recreation typologies, all with varying levels of environmental protection. Fairview Park, which may be more aptly classified as a park preserve, we've learned that certain areas are no longer appropriate for model aircraft flying. This is not about blame, it's about an updated knowledge base. It's also about preventive action. Once a trajectory is identified, we act before species become endangered. I fully understand how upsetting it can be to learn that an activity you love and have done for decades may no longer be suitable in that same location. That kind of sudden change is hard. But although people know that the HSX activities are limited to 2 Saturdays, it's impossible for wildlife to know. That's already a periodic presence. Once they've detected a regular disturbance, they will change their behaviors. I'm here to advocate for the protection of the fragile ecosystems of the Mesa and Vernal Pool watershed. While I support all residents' ability to enjoy the park, we must acknowledge that some uses, even long-standing ones, may simply have too high an impact for our most sensitive habitats. The Mesa, with its federally protected vernal pool complex, is an especially vulnerable area. Any activity involving grading, noise, or off-trail movement poses a direct threat to endangered species. I strongly urge the City Council to commit to the following the explicit recommendations and directions of your biological consultants, state and federal wildlife agencies, including the removal of the HSS from the vernal pool watershed and removal, restoration, and enforcement of off-trail activities of the dirt mounds and illegal unauthorized trails. If scientific findings show that an activity causes irreparable harm or poses an unacceptable risk to the vernal pool watershed and endangered species, then that activity must be relocated or discontinued. When we acquire new information or understanding, we have a responsibility to adjust because we know more now than we did then.
Oh, sorry, that's it.
Good evening. My name is Kim Hendricks. I'm president of Fairview Park Alliance, and I am here to talk to you about, of course, the update, and I hope that you do pass it. The regional biological significance of Fairview Park cannot be overstated. And let's do the name change to Fairview Nature Park so people will understand what this park is all about. This is a unique park. Recognize Fairview Park as a unified tribal cultural site. And these are the FPA recommendations. No vehicle access. See you later, mister. Yeah. Allow bicycles on Bluff Trail. No glider planes in Fairview Park. More safety, cameras and enforcement. No trail down the canyon. This is the largest vernal pool complex west of the Mississippi. Okay, it's very unique, this park. And I think the MIG consultants and all the experts have done a wonderful job with reflecting the vested interests of the community and the city, which is the essential purpose of this plan update. Also, Mr. Bewley, there are endangered species there, but they're barely hanging on. So if you find one, it doesn't mean that they didn't impact it. They have not even been there for 60 years. I wish you guys would read what I send you. 2005 PACS report shows that they were never even supposed to be in a vernal pool watershed. There's no mention of a vernal pool. They took it upon themselves to slither on over there, okay? I'm sorry, but that's the reality. And you know what? They've called me names and a bunch of other stuff, so I don't feel very sentimental toward them, okay? A review of the site records for resources within Fairview Park also indicate that the park area should be considered a single unified Native American cultural landscape rather than as a place with 4 separate archaeological sites, okay? And I just want to say this is what it's about. Okay, bicycle riding, looking at nature, okay? And I do think that the trail should allow bicycles, but if not, heck, I can live with it, okay? And please listen to the agencies, okay? It's going to cost, the city's already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this tiny group of entitled white men, which probably all of you can relate to, and I don't care. Put your head back, Mr. Gameros, because you know you don't even read the damn reports. I can tell by your questions. And this is a place to play, explore, and learn about nature. Okay, I've never seen any of you guys out there. Okay, oh, I know you don't like what I say. Too bad, because it's the truth. Mr. Garcia has repeatedly said false things, and you guys never call him on it. 2014, he's going to look at U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Why not January 28th when they said, get the high impact activity out of there?
Yes, sir.
Tough to follow. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about Fairview Park. The draft Fairview Park Master Plan states that the primary reason for moving the HSS is to comply with resource agency recommendations, but the document never defines which agencies, nor does it include these recommendations. The only recent communication in the public record is a letter from the CDFW. That letter raises potential concerns: noise or presence of disturbing birds, retrieval of downed planes, the theoretical take of candidate species, and unauthorized mowing or grading, which is their response to an untruthful statement sent to them by staff. Staff said that we grade or mow before every flying session. The grading was done 10, 15, 20 years ago by the city, and we last mowed over a year ago. It's never mowed without the guidance and approval of the city biologist. These are valid issues to examine, but 2 points matter. First, nearly all of these concerns can be prevented through management. Rules limiting flying times, requiring experienced oversight, restricting retrieval areas, biological surveys, and following dry soil protocols address nearly everything CDFW lists. These measures are already in place today and can be strengthened. Second, every concern in the CDFW letter applies equally and often more strongly to other human uses in Fairview Park. Joggers, dog walkers, cyclists, picnics, concerts, youth sports, noise from estancia, the model trains all create noise, presence, and movement. Yet none of these activities are being recommended for removal. And critically, the letter does not present evidence that actual impacts are occurring at the flying field, only that impacts could occur in theory. Even if relocation were justified, shifting the field 1,000 or 2,000 feet east would not meaningfully change disturbances for species that migrate thousands of miles. So here's the real risk. If the master plan cites resource agency recommendations without clearly protecting existing human uses, those uses can be eliminated by default. Not because the public wants that, but because they are simply not memorialized in the plan. Fairview Park has always been a shared space: wildlife, families, gliders, trains, concerts, and unstructured recreation. The master plan must reflect that balance. I respectfully urge you to protect all existing human uses directly in the master plan, including the flying field, concerts in the park, bike riding, dog walking, and the Goat Hill Junction Railroad. Direct staff to collaborate with resource agencies and HSS on reasonable mitigations that allow the flying field to continue responsibly where it is today. Anything less would put cherished community activities at real risk. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident again. First, I want to thank the Council for having this meeting. Clearly, it was important. We very seldom see the meeting, have the meeting full early on, and secondarily, we're still taking public comment on item number 1 in this meeting at 10:20. So, and with more to go. So clearly it's an important issue to the community. I want to thank staff, absolutely, for the effort they've gone through to make this plan put together, and our consultants for doing the work. It is absolutely imperative that we have that information, and this is by far one of the best staff reports and programs specifically designed to help this city preserve, and function on an asset that we are the few people have, and we need to think about that. So thank you, staff, for that. Thank you for getting the update, pardon me, out to the public so they could come and make comments on this rather than getting it 3 days before. And as you all know, I doubt that you read this update in 3 days. I doubt very seriously that happened. Please keep in mind, I've already sent you my comments in writing, and I've made comment before, so I'm not going terribly far. I only see 2 things that need to be added to this plan. Remember, things change, and when things change, we need to plan for those changes in the future. We can't just say, oh, good golly, we did this forever, so we're going to keep doing that way. We need to actually think about what those impacts are going to be. It's imperative that what we do is we think about that. Flint, Michigan didn't think about it, and they kept lead pipes in for supplying water to their public. If you have something that causes damage to your community, that doesn't mean necessarily the people, that means your infrastructure, anything else, you need to take action and deal with that. That's an important aspect to keep in mind. And because of that reason, and there is more than ample data, I, in fact, gave you guys about 20 articles about 5-6 years ago about the impacts of flying and populations of birds and whatever. So you've got that information. So it's there, it exists. But we now know that the fly fields need to, in fact, find another home. We appreciate they want to fly. They need to find a new home, and you need to make sure that kind of thing happens. And lastly, if this is going to be the plan, you should also include a name change of some sort, a plan to get there. Your job to make the name change.
Thank you. Yes, Jerry.
John Van Dyke, Humphrey's a hard act to follow. Council, my name is Terry Koken, and I'm here to urge a science-based approach to recreation at Fairview Park. Let's bag and discard terms like passive and active recreation and talk about human impacts. Let's instead describe human impacts as low, medium, or high and create a recreational impact scale that characterizes such impacts based on scientific analysis. Once we've gotten such characterization, preservation of the ecosystems at Fairview alongside human uses becomes easy. Let's commit to a science-based impact analysis. I came with 2 hats tonight. The other one is the railroad. And at the railroad, we kind of have a view of the Soaring Society, and that view just devolves to rectality is its own reward. We are stewards of the park at the railroad. We move our trains when birds nest between our rails, and it would behoove the Soaring Society to be a little more, how shall I say it, aware of what's going on. Nonetheless, what was said tonight by Mr. Bewley and you, Mayor, was basically there hasn't been any science done on the impact of the Soaring Society on the park. And I think that should be a priority. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jerry. Hi, Cynthia, you have the floor.
I have a presentation.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. I support the Fairview Park Master Plan update because Fairview Park is a unique ecosystem that deserves protection and restoration. In winter, migratory birds visit the park. Ground squirrels create burrows that later shelter burrowing owls and their young. These photos from the east side show just a glimpse of what makes this park special. Look at the vermilion on that bird's breast. The vernal pools attract even more species, and even the common fence lizard. You won't find this diversity of wildlife and plant life anywhere else in Costa Mesa. I strongly support the steering committee's recommendation to move the fly field out of this park. State and federal agencies have made it clear the current location cannot continue. Relocation is necessary to avoid fines and years of regulatory scrutiny. Keeping the fly field is cost prohibitive. Construction permits up to $100,000 and annual $10,000 biologist fees on top of that $200,000 for rangers. Moving it to the east side doesn't solve the problem. Wildlife, archaeological sites, and safety hazards remain. A CEQA analysis will be required, costing more. Balearic Park is a better option. Harbor Soaring Society currently pays nothing for its use. If they stay, they should cover all costs, including permits, staff time, and monitoring. Otherwise, every resident should expect similar perks. I, for example, want a tennis court at the tennis center every Saturday morning, free of charge. Enforcement is a big issue. Fund a full-time ranger, install cameras in high-risk areas, and keep the bikes on paved paths, adding fencing to protect sensitive areas and signage to educate the public. Please consider renaming the park Fairview Nature Preserve and to help secure restoration funding. Managing Fairview Park has been challenging, both in terms of effort and costs. Please consider forming a joint powers agreement with another authority to manage the park, such as the county or the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. You know, my grandson said it best, only birds, bees, and kites should fly in Fairview Park. I have one more comment. It's sad that an organization uses half its time up here attacking staff. I've never found staff or any consultant to be any less than honest and competent. I resent the comments about staff that Mr. Garcia made.
Thank you.
Yes, my name's James Jones. I live in Costa Mesa. I have been working on the Fairview Park for 40 years. Every 5 years, we have to come to a city council meeting to review the same stuff decade after decade. What is most embarrassing about tonight is we had American Indians here, which is known by all geologists, that this is sacred land to them. But we never talked to the right tribe. 40 years I've been coming to these meetings. This group has never talked to the right tribe. A lady stood up over there and said, you know, I'm the president of the committee. And I went to one committee meeting and I saw that they were not open to listening. And somehow we need to learn to listen and use the balance of the facility. I have been appalled by how the park looks. It's overgrown. It's back to its native level of 100 years ago where the parks used to burn for months at a time. We had a fire a year ago. If LA County hadn't loaned us a 3,000-gallon tanker to put that fire out, where would we be? You really have to rethink how this land is used. You can burn up all those birds, all the plants. By the way, I've even looked up some of these plants. One of them, the technical name is for crabgrass. So let's not get carried away with how important all that is. The interesting thing is when I moved in, the county wanted to make it a trailer park. It was already a garbage dump for the city. We tried to fix it. We bought half the park, not to give it back to anyone, but we managed to try to give it back to people. We didn't build that. There are BMX trails in the Talbot Preserve south of Hamilton. I don't know how many people know that, but we can't have kids ride bikes in our own park. We got to figure that out. The vernal shrimp, bless their souls, we took a lot of money from LAX to get even more vernal shrimp in. And we need to, you know, we've overplayed that hand. I've even played that hand. And I even got shocked one time because I was trying to stop the sewage treatment plant we installed in the middle of the park using big bulldozers. And first time I called the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, they knew the person at the park. They said, well, we'll call them, and until they do this report, they can't do anything. And then I called about that sewage treatment plant, and they came back and said, you know, we really don't care about the vernal shrimp. I'm like, what? And sure enough, we went ahead and put in the sewage treatment plant. So the most important thing is we haven't thought about the children. We need 3D education.
That's it. Thanks, Jim. Yes, Rick.
Good evening. Rick Huffman, Costa Mesa resident. For the past 60 years, Fairview Park has been on a difficult and inspiring journey, transforming from a waste site to a vibrant ecological haven. This progress is a testament to thoughtful policies and community effort, but this restored habitat is fragile. I stand with the Coastal Corridor Alliance and urge you to honor the public's clear, consistent designation of Fairview Park as natural habitat with low-impact human recreation. Your decision today is about the legacy we choose to leave for future generations. Protecting this habitat, which represents just 1% of Costa Mesa's land, is an opportunity many cities no longer have. I urge you to view Fairview Park as a thriving ecological community. In my view, it is my view that there are several recreational parks that would be a better fit for the model plane enthusiasts. Please approve the master plan and steering committee recommendations. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Andy Campbell. I believe you probably all know me from my role on the steering committee. I support this master plan. I support the staff, the consultants. This is a wonderful master plan. You're never going to get a better master plan than this. It'd be a shame to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I support this current steering committee and the current PACS committee, and I agree with Ms. Brown about the fiduciary responsibility of impacts of not implementing this plan. I don't support moving the flyers out over to the east side. I support them moving from the park into another home. It's not to disparage them or their hobby. It's just in support of Fairview Park. However, if you were to consider moving them to the east side of the park, one of the things I would ask you to do is look at their need for the landing strip that is currently envisioned. If you look at their history, in the 1960s, they didn't have a landing strip. They simply flew over the Back Bay, that's the harbor, thus the name. They moved to Estancia High School in the late 60s, early 70s. They flew out of the sports fields. They didn't have a landing strip. Eventually, the high school wanted their ball fields back, and they moved into the park. They flew off the bluffs in the mid-70s. They didn't have a landing strip. They eventually developed their launch wires that went through the vernal pools that had to be restored. The bluffs were never restored from their standing around on the bluff, trampling the vegetation. You can still see that from space today. We eventually restored the vernal pools, and if you look at their newsletters, they're really distraught about losing that site, and they kind of diminished in size until Miles Square Park closed its flying field, and the motorized radio-controlled flyers came to Fairview Park, except they didn't have a landing strip. So in 2005, 20 years ago, that's when the landing strip was put in. So if we look at their history, there's not a large landing strip, and if there's not RC motorized planes, they don't need a large landing strip. So if you move them to the east side, give them a place to land, but it can just be a landing area, a soft landing in some grass or a dirt road that's not as disruptive. We don't need to bulldoze that side of the park. In fact, AA prohibits bulldozing without a vote. So, you know, your attorney says this is a kind of a trade-off. We're improving this and we're going to diminish that. But, you know, look at the damage you could cause by putting I think it was a 400-foot long landing strip on that side of the park. So I would lend my support to the east side if we diminish the impact on that by not putting as such a large landing area. Thank you.
Excuse me just for one quick second. So people, we've got these people here, we got these people waiting. Does anybody who's not in line, would anybody like to speak? Who's not in line, okay? If you could, because I'm trying to assess the time. We have 5 people on Zoom, 7 people on Zoom, okay? So I told you at some point I'd talk about time. I'm not inclined to limit you, but if you could, almost, I mean, I would be shocked if there were some new, you know, points, but if you have a new point, please say it. If you're reiterating somebody else's point, please keep it well under 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Now you can go.
Thank you, sir. No, my name is Dean Johnson. I am a member of the OCME, and I'm here just to put a human element on this whole thing. My son should be here. He passed away, but we grew up going to the train club, and I'm speaking. I don't really know anything about the flying club, but I can tell you I was here at the last public forum, and there was a child from one of the neighborhoods here that decided he was going to have a career in aviation. You know, we have to look at our kids. You know, we all grew up in an area much different where we live today. These children don't have the same opportunities that we did, but these children from the flying club, they learn about aeronautics. And that boy that spoke here, that young boy, was thinking about joining the service. He wanted to be a pilot. I can tell you for my boy, he started coming down here, he was 3. Joined the club, he learned engineering, how to operate machinery, small engine repair. These children that go to this flying club, this is the only opportunity. The children nowadays, they can't get off their screen time. So I know you got to really, I don't want to be sitting in your shoes. You got a real tough decision to make, but think about the children, and that's put the human aspect on it. I know there's a lot of residents here talking about the birds. You know, the world is changing. We're shrinking, but let's think about our kids. Let's not limit people from having the opportunity that we had. So thank you for your time. Good night.
There are now nine people on Zoom, so let's get to the point. Go.
I'm going to build what he talked about. When you visit the flying field, you'll find that all of the officers are fairly experienced. We're retired, and we're there because that's a remnant of Southern California that has just vanished as fast as the environmental areas that you're trying to protect. This is, in a sense, an environmental area also. And the brain works differently when you can be in a place that's primitive, and you have to leave it in the same shape as you arrived at it. We observe the same birds, and we're enthusiastic about the same birds and the animals and the flora and the fauna as you are. But this is also a place for people to get together in an area that just doesn't exist anymore. And I just want you to consider carefully that this can be shared. Humans and animals and fauna are not that different. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Larry Quarter. Fairview Park Advocates is my website. I've been involved with this issue for more years than I can recall. I was on the city's committee for Fairview Park, and eventually with health issues had to get out of that. We live on Swan Drive, second story overlooking Fairview Park. I wake up every morning
and see that park, open the drapes, and that's a joy. Every evening, before we go to bed, we just enjoy the quietness, and then we shut the drapes. But it's a place I would be very jealous if I wasn't living there. We have 4 mechanical engineers in the family. 2 are pilots, 1 United Airlines, 1 teaches private flights. Our son works for Boeing, so we're, I apologize, very engineering oriented. But with my website, if you go to try it, you'll see more about what we think. I think I helped to corral the group that wrote the proposition that I think has saved Fairview Park. I love that time period, and I love the response we've had to it. And we plan on sticking to our guns and helping support it. So we want the park to be profitable in its amount of people that visit, use it, enjoy it. It's a draw for this part of the state. It really is. After getting involved in moving down here, the city tried to zone me out on 18th Street. I fought it, got the neighbors together, business people, came to a resolution, left the zoning the way it was, but the neighborhood changed some of the exposure on the back of the lot so it didn't keep people on 19th Street awake at night. I was on the redevelopment agency as well, which I enjoyed, with the president of Orange Coast College and a Superior Court judge, served my time helping out there. So I will do whatever it takes to help make this all successful. I don't agree specifically with all you have right now, but I sincerely appreciate what you've done, and I will send emails to you all to give you my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Cristian Garcia Arcos. I am a commissioner for District 4, and I am also a co-president for the International Society of Arboriculture. With Arboleros, we oversee Hawaii, Arizona, Nevada, and California. And what I've realized in this position is that we lean on experts. We work with some of the experts from all over the world. And I've had the opportunity to speak with them, and a lot of them are all about habitat restoration. And some of the words that came to heart was stressed and depressed. Stressed, scared, and depressed. And that's how I feel our community is being attacked right now. And we sometimes can put ourselves in similar positions to these animals that can't protect themselves. And so what do? We speak up for them. And so we're making this decision not based off of profit, but out of conservation. The beautiful thing about what we have here is community forestry. And I just was able to Google community forestry, and this is what I got. The active management of forest lands by local people, focusing on both social and environmental needs of the community. It involves community practices in decision-making and forest stewardship, leading to benefits like improved livelihood, social coexistence, sustainable resource use, and biodiversity conservation. This is what we have. The people have been speaking loud and clear. We've personally, in the commission, we voted to move forward with this. And so we are an extension of, you guys put us in this position to be able to do our homework. And so I support the Fairview Park Master Plan. And I really hope that this can include more of the Spanish speakers. I came in hoping that there was going to be more of us, and unfortunately I only saw a handful. I counted 4. And so I want to speak on their behalf for now, but I also encourage them to come to this space. And yeah, thank you for all you guys do, and I really hope that you make the best decision in your hearts. Thank you.
Just go. Hello, my name is Paul Wagner. I'm with the Coastal Corridor Alliance. I want to ask the council to adopt the master plan update, and including the 25 recommendations by the city's contracted biological and archaeological consultants, including the amendments made by the Fairview Park Steering Committee and the PAX Commission. I wanted to address a few things that have come up tonight that are either inaccurate or need some clarification. One claim that CDFW did not visit the site prior to writing the letter is untrue. CDFW did tour the fly field and made their assessment in person. After hearing from different witnesses, the 98 study that was brought up for the original master plan was done 30 years ago, and as mentioned, science is always progressing. Vernal pools weren't even recognized until right about that time. We didn't know that what they were, how they worked, and until just this year, we were considering each pool as a separate entity, a separate habitat, and now we know it's actually one complex habitat where the Harbor Soaring Society fly field is located in the middle. I lead restoration work on the same days that Harbor Soaring Society flies, the first and third Saturdays of the month. And we have direct observation pretty much every single time of in-flight airplanes being circled by or dive bombed by different native raptors and other birds, not just a crow here and there. And I want to point out one of the main impacts of this activity. It's a high impact activity that can't really exist anywhere else. It needs a designated area, similar to a golf course or a shooting range. No one wants a plane landing on their car or their head, and so they're not going to fly near a road or a parking lot. And so it's not fair to wildlife to forward that risk, to have them landing in their habitat. And then, I think we all know now, even the most experienced flyer is guaranteed to crash and can't control where they crash. So there isn't a contained impact wherever that plane lands. It's not just the landing, but it's going out to retrieve the plane through native habitat. That's the main on-the-ground impact that we're concerned with. Standard practice in this area for nature parks is fencing to protect habitat. We live in a highly dense urban area. When HSS started flying here in Costa Mesa, the population was 1/3 of what it is today. They are a victim, as one man said, of our own urban sprawl. And that's a human problem. I feel bad for HSS to have been pushed out by the problem that they and we all contributed to.
Hi, council members. My name is Shima Safar-Barand. I am a resident of Costa Mesa, a proud resident of Costa Mesa since 1975. And now I am a parent of a third grader at the Waldorf School of Orange County, which is the school in between Estancia, directly adjacent to the park. Many of our parents and the kids that you all saw leaving, that was our 5th grade class that all had presentations, but it got to be after their bedtime. Our school is unique because it starts in nursery and goes all the way through high school. Our school is worldwide. There's over 2,000 of them around the world. All of our students, we treat it almost as an extension of our school. That 5th grade class, they walk the park every morning as a class. Every morning, all of our school uses it. We enjoy it very much, and it would be such a shame to lose it. So we support the master plan, and we urge you to preserve this park as a legacy for our kids and for all of the kids to enjoy. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to ask a couple questions and then just raise a few things that were brought up in prior meetings and in the new letter that we received this evening. First, I guess this is a question for the city attorney. I was interested to hear the analysis of Measure A. I think that was very helpful. And one thing I was curious about was the reference to the glider flying as an existing use within the park. What seems to be circling around here that has been discussed both at the Fairview Park Steering Committee and at the PAX Commission is the entire removal of the fly field out of the park and not to the east side, and I wonder what the analysis under AA for that would be. I think I know what the answer is. Unfortunately, that leads to my second point, which is that back in the January study session that the City Council held, one of the questions that came up was the fact that there was a vernal pool watershed, a vernal pool identified underneath the tracks of the Goat Hill Junction Railroad. And I didn't hear that brought up again in council questions, so I just wanted to resurface that because I think it's a really interesting question, because what seems to be happening is that the area of protection seems to be expanding, and it seems to be expanding because we're changing how we're viewing the watershed, viewing the vernal pools, and that's all fine, and that we have different species to protect. But, you know, I wanted to also respond or react to Councilmember Chavez's concern, which I think is completely valid, that a lot of heat and light has been spent over a small club. But the problem is that my concern is that combining the finding of vernal pools on the east side and then some of the information that actually was in the letter that was distributed this evening is that I don't know where that line stops. Like once we move the HSS out, you know, what about the railroad? I care a lot about the railroad. I had my kid's birthday party at the railroad. This is really important to me. And so I'm very concerned that, you know, the time that we're spending on this is, you know, seems disproportionate, but it's really speaking to the human uses of the park generally. You know, if the CDFW's in its letter, and the staff can correct me because I only got to read it very quickly, I believe says that it would recommend getting a take permit even if the fly field was moved to the east side due to things that they have found on the east side, which I think is concerning because we have the railroad on the east side. So I think there's just more information that needs to come out. I would really appreciate some more clarity on a couple of those points. And if AA doesn't protect the removal of the fly field, I would be curious if it would protect the removal of the railroad in light of restoration requirements. So thank you. Those are my questions.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and I would like to thank everybody who's taken the time and the effort to put this into the park. I come with many hats. One is I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. I'm also the administrator at the Waldorf School of Orange County, which you just heard about. We've been there for decades. We use the park very much within our curriculum, but please know that, as was stated, our students are all the way from nursery age to 12th grade in high school. And they are taught from the very beginning a sense of reverence and stewardship towards that park. So much so it becomes a part of their educational experience. As you may not realize, but you've heard some alumni who are now grown adults speak here on behalf of the park and their childhood. The parents of the Waldorf School of Orange County went out into the community, rallied in with themselves and created a petition. That petition is in full support of the current plan, the master plan. It was submitted today before noon here at City Hall and was time-stamped. So I heard a comment earlier that the reason why I'm up here is because I heard a comment while I was sitting back there that only 100 and some comments were received, and the bulk of those, over 100, and I think 38 or something, were not in support of the master plan. And I'm here, you have the original wet ink signatures, but I have the copies. We have over 500 signatures in full support of the Costa Mesa Fairview Park plan. So I want to make sure that that was received and that was is being considered in all the voices of the people who, most of them elected you to be in these positions. Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Roberts. I'm a former member, vice chair, and chair of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. Please recognize that Fairview Park is exceptional, but can be and should be better. Nurture the nature. Degradation of the vernal pools area habitat soils for fly field use of gliders is not allowed in any other park in the city, but it is allowed in Fairview Park. It is the exception, even though it's exceptional. That should not be so. Please nurture the nature. Please nurture the nature in the park by adopting the master plan update. I have an amendment proposal on page 69 of the master plan update, if you can refer to that briefly, for the council to consider. It is simply this: remove the second paragraph of the glider launching site section on page 69. Strike that section, and this becomes a lot easier, this issue and the master plan update. Please allow HSS to use their gliders in other areas of Costa Mesa and Orange County. There is no practical feasibility to relocate the fly field to another area of Fairview Park. And please nurture the nature. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Rittenhouse. I'm a HSS member and 50-year resident of Costa Mesa. I have a short video, if you could start that. Of course.
Are you starting it? Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Just let's stop his time and
Sure.
and do the video. I don't know how you want to integrate it, but we'll give you 3 minutes total.
Okay, okay. So, yeah, there's been a lot of discussion tonight. It goes back and forth. He said, she said, on one side for the environment and the other side regarding the gliders. The actual reality is gliders are inanimate objects. We're human beings. As you can see from the videos here, there's a wide swath of the population and even animals that come out to our location. And we try to provide access to all kinds of people in all positions in their life and accessibility.
Now it's a little big, but your thumb's gonna go right on top, okay? All right, and then you're gonna move it. Practice moving it around. Little tiny movements. All right, launching. Yeah, launching. All right, that was good.
Thank you for coming. You're welcome. Don't forget to donate.
And roll. So you might need to hold a little bit, but really small pitch inputs. Okay? Okay, we're gonna launch out there. String tied to surgical tubing, and then stake down to the ground. So it's all just basic mechanical, no power, nothing. And it'll, once you release it, it takes off kind of like a kite. Ready? Launch it. You see it? Yeah. So I'll get out of the sun.
Yeah, I
once
lost
we're
it
free.
too.
Okay, so you see it? It's right up there. Okay, and we're gonna fly upwind of us. You ready?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Okay, I see.
You got it. So you're in control. Nice. Doing good. Yeah, there you go. And then you do a circle, right circle or left. Back. There you go. Pull back a little bit. Pull back. I got you. I'll level you out. There we go. That was good. You had a lot of turns and control in there.
So I got out of sync with the video a little bit, but just to end, that video was shot 2 weeks ago. As you can see, some of our aviators have mobility problems, access problems, and this location is really ideal for where we are. Appreciate your time.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have much of a prepared statement. There were just a few things that are maybe a little abstract tactical concerns. I mean, I really feel the exhaustion in this room. And I hope that my critique is taken as respectful, because I really do want this to be resolved. I care a lot about this park, and I feel a lot of care here. There are some obstacles to the application of the relevant consequential information that we're all kind of agreeing is relevant, right? We have these consultants, staff. There were questions raised about scientific studies that have consequence for decisions that are going to be made, and then we're having this he said, she said situation. If we have principles that define what the choice that should be made is, and we can't agree on the facts even a little bit, this becomes a purely emotional issue, and then we get stuck. And I'm seeing a lot of that stuckness and this frustration because people are talking past each other. I don't understand how. We have these like binaries of like we can't have the recreational activities preserved unless it's here at the expense of an ecological concern. I don't see why there. I don't want to belabor the point too much. I think I've said my point that if we're not itemizing the relevant information that should be used to make this decision, it's just like it really may as well just come down to putting this to a vote on feelings. And I respect that feelings are important. I think of the kids. I also think of the fact that this nature park has a deep spiritual significance in just its ability to support life, because we, as people who live on this land, we recognize that we're a part of this land. That's just as important as our kids, and maybe not, STEAM. Maybe STEAM is more important for some people, but if we're not using factual information and being able to even collaborate at all on whether we have principles to agree on, then we're not really doing anything useful, and it seems like that has been the perception of a lot of us.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I previously sent in a letter to the PAX Commission from the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets. It largely echoes what Mr. Erickson said before, so I just want to say with regards to bicycle usage at Fairview Park, that should definitely be allowed. I'd recommend adopting an amended plan that specifies that bicycles are allowed to be used on primary pedestrian trails as identified in the trails plan, and further amending the plan so that it is in line with our general plan, the circulation element of our general plan, so that trails follow the ATP, the Active Transportation Plan. There's a trail, for example, on the east side of the park that's proposed in the ATP that would go along the flood channel that is not identified in the draft trails plan. So I'd be encouraged to see some amendments to this, and then we can adopt it so that we can allow bicycle usage and that we're in line with previously adopted plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's on Zoom?
The first speaker is Michael.
Michael, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council of my favorite city in the whole world. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this whole entire issue. My name is Michael Moses Nolf, and I first moved to the west side of Costa Mesa in 2003. I'm really grateful for all of the thoughtful people on both sides of this issue. many of whom are good friends and people that I respect and know that they care about this city. I just want to make a quick note that I love nature, Fairview Park, Talbot Park, and all of our beautiful parks in the city, and that I oppose the current draft Fairview Park Master Plan. The plan could be improved to better serve all Costa Mesa residents, like my friend Cole mentioned in his presentation earlier, but that's not achieved in its current form. I share many of the same goals as the proponents of the plan, but don't believe that it actually accomplishes them and actually hurts the engagement and enjoyment of the park for myself and other local residents who love and care for Fairview Park. Back in September, me and my 9-year-old son saw 2 peregrine falcons down below the bluff in Talbot Park, and it was amazing, because actually mind-blowing. But we would not have seen them had we not been able to ride our parks on the dirt path, getting down there below on the trail, on our bikes. Others have already mentioned other compelling arguments for this, so I won't waste our time rehashing them, but I believe the draft plan as presented is not the way forward. I appreciate you listening to my thoughts and to the rest of the public, and encourage you to also remember the number of public comments submitted via email before this meeting. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 714.
714, you have the floor.
Thank you. This seems like an easy process. It's time for the master plan. I'm asking you to approve it. It will never be perfect. There will always be someone that's left out in the cold. This time it's going to be HSS. They have options. They have alternatives. The habitat at Fairview Park have no alternatives. They only have the park to survive. HSS can go somewhere else. I was also disturbed that they were questioning the reports and the findings of our staff and the experts. I feel it was sort of a self-serving move on part of HSS. Very selfish. You're a steward of Fairview Park, not to be concerned with HSS. It's the animal and protecting the park that's in your hands. It's your voice, it's your vote. It's time to protect Fairview Park and respect history. Everything else will just have to take care of itself. HSS has alternatives. It's time to put this to rest and move on. Nothing will ever be more perfect. You've given it many years. I've been through all of these in many, many years. So much paperwork that keeps piling up. You've got experts. You know that the state and Fish and Wildlife are going to step in when something happens. This is money now down a rabbit hole. Stop the bleed of the money and protect the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Glenn Mamura.
What is it, Glenn?
Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's actually Dan Noon, and
Dan, you have the
my
floor.
Zoom got a little mixed up there. Sorry about that. I wanted to speak on behalf of Harbor Soaring Society, and I had my whole spiel, but instead of rehashing a bunch of what everybody else said, I just want to point out that you've heard a lot of claims about impact tonight and things like that, but even the Coastal Corridor Alliance came on and they talked about endangered species that are coming back. Another woman came on who was against Harbor Soaring Society, and she said, we have so many more bird nests than we used to have. And I understand that we all want to protect the environment and expand the spots where we protect. But if we're talking about impact of what HSS is doing, then those things would be counter to that. And that's the people who don't support HSS. So they're bringing facts to the table that kind of show that the gliders are low impact, and I think that just needs to be taken into account. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
John Carter, please.
John Carter, you have the floor.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, my name is John Carter. I live on Anaheim and 19th by the busy In and Out. That's a whole nother story. But I have young children that we want to use the park. As they're getting older, we would love to join the Harbor Soaring Society and ride our bicycles and enjoy the features of the park. So I do not support the proposed plan. Again, as my kids get older, I'd like to be able to enjoy the mobility and access to the park with my kids as we continue to grow in this community. So I do not support the proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Priscilla, please.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
The California Department of Fish and Wildlife states in a letter to City of Costa Mesa, quote, "The regional biological significance of Fairview Park cannot be overstated. It's a rare, contiguous, undeveloped natural open space stretching from Fairview Park south to the Randall Preserve. The park contains multitudes of habitat types and microhabitats, including one of the last coastal terrace vernal pool complexes in Orange County," unquote. Many of the hundreds of plant and animal species are endemic to the park. Some use it as a migration way station, others overwinter. These species are threatened, endangered, protected, or have been listed as such. Quote, "California Fish and Wildlife has a long history engaging with the city on vernal pool complex management, historic violations, ongoing impacts subject to Fish and Game Code, and outstanding mitigation obligations that continue to languish. Finally, there's scientific evidence that fly-field activities harass sensitive avian species that rely on the park for food and shelter, which could temporarily abandon those habitats during fly-field use, during migration, overwintering, or birds may choose not to nest in the area at all," unquote. Various studies cite that constant stress, anxiety, and elevated heart rate lowers birds' immunity, eventually killing them. Quote, "California Fish and Wildlife strongly supports relocation of the Fair Fly Field as its continued operation in the vernal pool complex is in direct conflict and with preservation and management of the important park feature. The goals of the master plan update cannot be achieved while private citizens take it upon themselves to grade and mow sensitive habitats to maintain runways on city property," unquote. If the fly field remains, California Fish and Wildlife would require an incident take permit, Western Brewing Owl and Crotch's Bumblebee, costing $50,000 to $100,000. And due to the past violations, annual mitigation and monitoring by a permitted biologist would be required, costing $10,000. And that's just the state agencies. Quote, "Despite our efforts to negotiate in good faith with the city regarding wetlands permitting, 7 years of unauthorized impacts are subject to Fish and Game Code. Park enforcement is necessary to ensure that the city complies with code as well as conditions in any forthcoming permit. A master plan update would not be complete without addressing outstanding maintenance agreement notices, one-time projects in the park, and this includes how they will be completed, funded, when, and by whom," unquote. I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Melanie.
Melanie, you have the floor.
All right, you should be able to hear me now.
Yes.
Melanie Schlotterbeck with Coastal Corridor Alliance. You already know our position. I have cut my speech, I promise. There are only 2 federally recognized vernal pools locally here and the Randall Preserve. This means that 3.75 acres at Fairview Park are more than 600,000 acres in Orange County contain this unique habitat. This is the largest vernal pool complex between San Diego County and the Central Valley. This is why the state and federal agencies are asking you to defend them. They have been clear. The fact that they've provided feedback in advance of this decision is practically unprecedented. Let's dive a little deeper. You heard from Priscilla about the department's support of the fly field relocation. I'll add that the department's November letter outlines Section 1600 violations and outstanding permit issues, both of which remain unresolved. Since 2014, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service July 14th letter states, quote, "While accommodating public uses, it's the city's responsibility to ensure that its actions comply with the Endangered Species Act end quote. They offer a variety of solutions that need to be considered, and there is a continuing investigation that's remaining open. And I do want you to know something. This is about as direct as it comes from the agencies. These are some of the strongest letters that I've seen from them. We would urge the city to abide by the recommendation of the sister agencies, and this impact is an ongoing risk. From the state and federal law, Section 2080 and Section 11 of both the Federal and State Endangered Species Act, they outline legal action, fines of $50,000, and imprisonment. CCA supports moving the flying field out of the existing vernal pool complex, as these activities are incompatible with the natural and cultural resource protection and violations of state and federal law. Thank you.
The next speaker is Roberto, please.
Roberto, you have the floor.
Mayor and City Council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto. I am calling on behalf of my, as chair of the Parks and Recs Commission for the City of Santa Ana. I have served as chair for 4 years now. And I'm calling in support of the Fairview Park Steering Committee and the PAX Commission to approve the Fairview Parks Master Plan. I think it's important that you find an alternative location for the fly field, as well as focus your efforts on conservation and native habitat restoration and being good stewards of our environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Henry Smith, please.
Henry Smith, you have the floor.
This is Henry.
Hi, Henry.
Yeah, I'm a longtime member of Harbor Soaring Society, and over the, I started flying out there in around 2010 or 12, and in the following years, I was an instructor at the field for a long time, and I had students that were literally from 8 to 88 who learned to fly model airplanes and appreciated the facility that was there. And some of these students are now my grandchildren. And few of my students have gone on to become aerospace engineers and went into Air Force flight training. And this sort of facility was, the students were walk-ups. We were out there flying on a Saturday morning, and some kid rode up on his bicycle and wanted to learn how to fly, and now he's flying for the Air Force. This is a facility you won't find in any city park anywhere else in the world. It's an amazing place. And in my personal experience of watching Raptors and model airplanes for about 70 years, the Raptors really don't care about model airplanes. If you actually went out there and watched what was going on, the Raptors don't care about model airplanes, and neither do Canadian geese. Some other birds might, but Raptors and geese don't really care. That's my information for you. Somebody needs to come out there and actually look at what's going on, and you'll understand that raptors and geese really, and other birds might, but raptors and geese and other large birds really don't care about model airplanes. They just go on about their life. Thank you.
Next speaker is Patrick Flynn.
Patrick, you have the floor. Patrick?
Sorry, I was already speaking. Didn't see I had to unmute myself. Thank you guys so much for your attention to this and sticking through the long night. Costa Mesa resident here. Love this town. Love raising my kids here. And I'll just say quickly that I don't support the current master plan as it is. And I still am hoping to see a little more balance. I think we can still respect nature and its history. But not restrict as deeply as we are right now. And I just wanted to make one comment about HSS. Like I'm not active with them, but I certainly observe them. I have kids that are curious and want to learn to fly, and it's interesting to see how much they're being attacked. And as I'm sitting here, just waiting for my turn, I just punched in and I was like calculating the amount of hours that they fly versus the amount of hours in a month, and it's sub 2%. And like this is getting so much attention. From everything I've seen and heard, it's not nearly the impact that I think is being painted. And I just find that a little interesting. There's a lot more to this plan and what's going to be restricted and taken away than just, the HSS portion. Losing access to biking and concerts in the parks and all these things that we as citizens take, so much joy in. So I think HSS is being targeted, and it's being kind of like the rest is being swept under the rug. So I don't support it. I hope that we can find a little better balance and still be able to, respect nature and the history of Fairview. But I don't think the current plan is it. And so thank you so much, and have a nice evening.
No further speakers.
All right, close public comment. So I've got a motion. I don't know if I'll get a second. If I get a second, I'll explain the reason for the motion. I want to move to stop right now. We've heard everything. We've had the consultants. We've heard a lot of presentations. We've received literally hundreds of emails. We've had documents that have been provided to us on the dais. Stop now. Come back. This will be old business item number 1 on December 2nd. And then we can make our motions. We can deliberate at a reasonable hour with sufficient time to deliberate while the public will be watching us live. That's my motion. I don't know if I get a second.
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion. So just for everybody's understanding of I think we could do this tonight, but I just don't think it's ideal. I think we're getting a lot of information, and I just want to think about it. I want everybody to be clear, and if we want, she can elaborate on this. I asked the city manager, what do we have on December 2nd? We currently have a public hearing on the Ohio House appeal of a reasonable accommodation request, public hearing on development impact fees and traffic impact fees, and we have the resolutions regarding 3 of our bargaining groups, and there are a number of consent items, but I think we can probably get through all of those other things. Perhaps the most time-consuming would be the Ohio House appeal, but I think it's doable. I just went through a process. I'll just share a brief story with an attorney from North Carolina, and he came out to try a case with me. We were supposed to be trying it right now. We settled the case, and he had an interesting way of doing things. There were many times when our clients would ask us questions, and through the settlement negotiations and the trial preparation, and he would look at the client and he'd say, I need to think about that. And there's a lot of people in my profession, both my public profession and my private profession, who are really quick to form opinions and state opinions. And I think this is a time when it'd be good to think about it. So that's the basis of my motion. Does anybody, we got a second for discussion from Councilmember Marr. Does anybody wish to be heard on the motion as I've stated it?
Yeah, I'll just say I support that. I have a visceral reaction about making important decisions at 11:30 at night. I will note this is literally 2 hours after I normally go to bed. So I'm going to use the opportunity to have another meeting with staff, because I think there are some questions that have come out from this discussion that if I can have a little bit more time to sift through, I will feel better in my decision making. So I will be supporting the motion, and thank you for making it, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Anybody else wish to be heard on the motion?
Yeah, I mean, for the same reason, I think it's a good idea not to make decisions tonight. A process question where I would like more information from staff. It sounds like we can just go ahead and do that on our own as opposed to having to give direction here. Okay, because I do have a number of questions for additional information, but I'll send that to staff directly.
That's fine.
Okay.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Okay, let's call for the question.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, voice vote, I'm sorry. Yes.
Also, can I recommend that we all are responsible for our own materials tonight? Because I would hate staff to have to print all this stuff again.
Yeah, no, let's gather them all up, throw
Thank
them in
you.
our bag and take them home. I've got a bunch of notes on them anyway, so.
Mr. Mayor, before the roll call vote, I want to clarify, if new materials are distributed to the council, they need to be distributed to the public.
Yeah.
And public comment on those new materials would need to be taken. Otherwise, you don't have to have any new public comment at the next meeting.
Well, we'll evaluate, if that in fact happens, we'll evaluate the extent to which we have to reopen the hearing, but I'm not inclined to do it, but if we need to do it under the law, of course, we'll follow the law.
Understood.
Okay? Thank you. Let's do a voice vote.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the public. Thank you very much.